Good evening and welcome to Election Night 2020. I'm your host, Sheridan Johnson, a student here at Montana State University where I study political science. I'm excited to bring you election context and polling data with our team here tonight. Starting off with introductions, we have Dr. David Parker, professor and author of Battle to the Big Sky, a book that takes an in-depth look at the Rehberg-Tester Senate race of 2012. Also with us is Dr. Sarah Gunther, a research scientist here in the Department of Political Science at MSU, as well as Dr. Eric Riley, Associate Professor of Political Science and Director of the Helps Lab. There's a lot of moving parts tonight, so we have the help of my fellow student, Allison Reinhart, in our election center as our data analyst, inputting in election results and polling data throughout the night. Of course, we are grateful for the support from Montana State University and Montana PBS for helping make all of this happen. Well, let's kick it off. Polls have closed over on the eastern seaboard, so what's happening so far? Dr. Riley?
And we're looking first at some of those states in the southeastern part of the country for a number of reasons, so they have closed. We're going to look at Florida, North Carolina, Georgia, and talk about South Carolina a little bit as well. Florida, of course, has 29 electoral votes, and we'll talk about the Electoral College and how that works in a bit here, but it's a pretty big prize. Polls closed there at 8 p.m. Eastern Time. Florida has a lot of experience with mail-in voting. They're able to start counting the ballots early, and so they've made a lot of progress already, and so we have a good idea of what's happening in Florida. All ballots had to be in by election day as well. That's not the case with every state. As we'll see as we go through these states, there are different laws and there have been legal challenges in certain states to those laws. We did expect early voting to skew Democratic in Florida, and we'll be talking about polls tonight. We'll be talking about models. We're relying a little bit on the New York Times modeling, and so they're looking at results so far, where they're coming from, how they match up with what's expected. And for the most part, Florida looks like they thought it would look, except that Miami-Dade County is voting more strongly Republican, and that's why we're seeing projections that are saying that Florida is likely to go to President Trump right now. We're going to talk about those few states, as I mentioned. President Trump needs Florida and Georgia and North Carolina to make this competitive, and so we have early indications, and we have some pivot counties. We'll be using that term tonight. Pivot counties are counties that voted for Obama and then voted for Trump in 2016. So we have a few of those. We're looking at those in Florida. Monroe County, which is in the southern tip of Florida, is voting for Trump, and a lot of those returns are in presently. Last I looked, Pinellas County, which is St. Petersburg, was narrowly favoring Biden. But you have Trump leading in Jefferson County, which is outside Tallahassee, and St. Lucie County, which is north of Miami on the Atlantic coast. The only other place Biden is doing well is Duval County outside of Jacksonville, and he has a bit of a lead there. And so the pivot counties are favoring Trump a little bit, and that Miami-Dade vote, which is strongly Hispanic, has favored Trump. And we should make a distinction here. So Mexican and Puerto Rican Americans in Florida who tend to vote Democratic. Cuban Americans and Venezuelan Americans tend to vote Republican, and they're seeing high numbers from that latter group.
Interesting. And as we're going through tonight, we're taking a look at the New York Times map because it's interactive and fun to look at, so we encourage you to do so as well. Dr. Parker, is there anything else you're looking at tonight that we should keep an eye on?
One interesting thing that came out of Florida, you go to Miami-Dade, and that is a county that Democrats really just have to nail. If you go back to 2016, Hillary Clinton won that county, 63-33. And today, according to the results right now, Joe Biden's only winning that 53.5 to 45.8. That right there tells the story of Florida. And you look at a lot of the other counties, you see Biden outperforming what Clinton did in 2016. But Miami-Dade, with that margin, with that number of voters, I don't think that's particularly insurmountable. So I would not be surprised if very soon we saw the networks call Florida for Trump. Now, that's not entirely unexpected. Donald Trump has to win Florida to really have a path moving forward. What'll be interesting to see is, can he hold on to what seems to be a lead in Georgia? And right now he's behind in North Carolina. Now, unsurprisingly, he overwhelmingly won South Carolina. But Dr. Gunther's looking at South Carolina and specifically the Senate race. What's going on there?
Yeah, so the Senate race is pretty interesting because we have Lindsey Graham, who's basically seeking his fourth term as senator, and all of his previous Senate races he's won handily in the double digits. So what makes this time a little bit more interesting is that his challenger, Jamie Harrison, has basically got a windfall of money, donations to his campaign, and has done really well in the debates. Some of his debate segments have gone viral among Democrats and progressives, obviously adding to the donations sent his way. So everyone's kind of keeping an eye on whether he can basically give Senator Lindsey Graham a run for his money there.
Wow, a lot of things to keep our eyes on tonight. Good luck. Good thing we have a lot of time to take a look at it. So as I'm looking at these results, some states have been called, but like 2% or 0% of the votes, maybe not called, but they have already predicted with very few votes. How do they get this data?
Well, they build some of the predictions off of exit poll results. So what happens is, what an exit poll is you send individuals to the polling sites, and typically on a normal election, they'll go out and poll every 9th voter, every 10th voter as they come out of the polls and ask them who they voted for. The thing that's become a little trickier doing exit polls is the addition of absentee ballot, mail ballots, as well as early voting. Now what is occurring is these exit polling firms are calling absentee ballot voters from the voter rolls, asking them who they voted for, and now they've added early day voters. So if you can get a pretty good picture based upon precincts, how heavily Republican, how heavily Democratic they are, what those results might look like. And so, for example, Illinois hasn't voted for a Republican in quite some time, and you get a good exit poll sample. You can build a prediction model, and with a fair degree of confidence, determine which way that state's going to go. And by the way, they've tightened up the rules dramatically since 2000. And for those of us that remember the 2000 election, there was Florida was called for Bush, and it was pulled back, and then called for Gore, and it went back and forth, and there was a lot of embarrassment on the networks. Now they have very tight rules, and those tight rules have made it a lot harder for those decision desks to go ahead and call an election in a state without meeting certain criteria.
Absolutely. Anything else to add on that polling thing? That really helps me understand it a lot. If not, we will move on. But as we talk about polling and how all these exit polls work, I wasn't even allowed to vote in the last election because I was too young. But as we're looking at it this year, we are hearing a lot about the polls anticipated a Clinton win in 2016, and that didn't happen. And why is that? And what has changed in the polling? Are we more confident in it this year? Dr. Riley, anything to add?
Yeah, so there's been a lot of discussion about what happened in 2016 with calling the election for Clinton and showing that she was well ahead. And even the poll aggregators were doing this. And I should probably define what we mean by that. There are a number of services like 538.com. The Economist is doing it now. So what they do is they take all of the polls. In some cases, they weight some more heavily than others based on when they were done and the methods used and the reputation of the pollster. And they take a look at those in the aggregate, but they also have other modeling kinds of factors so they look at what's happened historically, and they roll that out into the model. And then they tell you what are the odds that one candidate is going to win the election based on everything we know and based on all of those polls. And those aggregators and the polls suggested that Hillary Clinton was going to win. 538 had the lowest chance for her to win, and I believe it was 72% chance to win. They were accused of having some some more pro-Republican kinds of factors in their model, but they were closer to being right than some of the aggregators, and some of those actually went out of business after 2016. So the big ones are 538 and The Economist at this point. One of the things that happened in 2016 is that we saw voters with lower education voting differently. They showed up in larger numbers and they voted for the Republican Trump. And so the models did not take that into account. It was something that was brand new. And we hadn't traditionally weighted polling results in that manner. So something else I should mention is that when we get these results, we often know that the people who responded to the poll don't look quite like the people who are going to vote. And so we can weight those results so they better resemble the voting population. But if we don't know what the voting population is going to look like, that's very difficult. And so that's one of the things that happened in 2016. A lot of undecided voters broke late for Trump. Things changed in the last week, and the polls didn't pick that up. There weren't a lot of polls in the field that week. And if people remember, that's when the Comey letter came out. He's admitted that part of his calculus was that Hillary Clinton seemed to be safe and he felt like he could release that information, but it does seem to have influenced those undecided voters at the last minute.
One of the things that was reported extensively after the 2016 election were the fact that the polls weren't weighted for education. We saw a shift among voters without a college degree, and those voters typically voted Democratic, and then they moved to the Republican column. So first of all, one major fix that pollsters have done is they're waiting for education to deal with that particular change. So that was put in place. But the other thing that was less reported is the fact that polls in the Southwest consistently underestimated support for Democratic candidates. So, for example, Arizona was quite close in 2016. I believe it was about a 4-point race there, and that was not very well expected. So one other thing we're going to be looking at tonight is, will we see the fact that those polls, which I think in many respects we have not only weighted for education, but a lot of pollsters, including us here at Montana State University, are weighting our results to the election in 2016. Are we putting a thumb on the scale for Republicans in general and for President Trump, which might be undermining some of that Democratic support, particularly in the Southwest and maybe in some of these other states moving forward?
Yeah, one thing I'll add just to the point about polls being just as good as the ability to predict the electorate is this year's election looks quite different than pretty much any other election, right? We have record number turnout and record number voting by mail, meaning that it's going to be really hard to predict what the turnout's going to look like, and it's going to make for a really exciting night.
Yes, it is.
Well, like I said, we'll get into the Electoral College in a little bit here, but something to emphasize is that polls, especially when you've got a national polling average, that's not taking into account the Electoral College, and there are Republican advantages built into the Electoral College, which helped Trump and tend to help those Republican candidates. And what that means is, and in 2016, those polls were off just a little bit in the upper Midwest and the Rust Belt states, so Pennsylvania, Michigan, Wisconsin. And just a little bit of a flip there, just a couple percentage points was enough to make a huge difference in the Electoral College, since most states give their votes to the Electoral College or assign them all or nothing. If you win the most votes in the state, you get all of those Electoral College votes.
Yeah, and I'm sure we will definitely come back to that this evening as we take a look. Montana's polls will close in about 45 minutes, and we will stop for a short break here at our studio.
My mission as a professor in the Jake Jabs College of Business and Entrepreneurship at Montana State University is to train students how to take their passionate ideas from elevator pitch.
We want to build an app that completely eliminates scalping and fraud from the ticket buying experience.
Ascent Montana is here for good. We are a lifestyle brand that gives back to our U.S. military.
To product, to people. We teach them to think outside the classroom and the traditional boardroom so they can innovate, inspire, and accomplish their ultimate goal: success.
We know we don't look
like most nurses you've met.
But when as a single mom, I needed to ensure a secure future for my son.
And I wanted to save lives. And we both wanted to serve our people.
We enrolled in the Montana State University College of Nursing's Caring for Our Own program.
At MSU, I received training that allows me to return to my Salish and Kootenai home.
And lets me work in the Northern Cheyenne Public Health Clinic.
We practice advanced healthcare techniques
to treat current and future generations.
At Montana State University, we learn to heal and strengthen our communities.
You can find the heart of Montana in our small towns. I grew up in one. In Big Sky Country, we have more rural schools than any other state in the USA. When I went off to college, I chose Montana State University. I knew that's where I'd learn how to be a successful teacher for my children lucky enough to grow up here. MSU understands the small town traditions of independence, hard work, and determination that create quality education across Montana. In small towns, we all look out for one another. Here, I have everything I could want for my career: great kids, caring people, and Montana State University.
Some people look surprised when I tell them I study engineering. But at Montana State University, I'm part of a community of dynamic women engineers who empower me to pursue my dreams. Here I've learned from women who have overcome barriers, pioneered new career paths, and led groundbreaking research. In our classrooms and labs, my professors and mentors give me the skills I need to succeed in the complex career I have chosen. After I graduate, our global network of successful alumni will continue to be there for me with advice and support. MSU teaches me to think outside expectations so I can shape the future of engineering for women and the world.
Hello and welcome back to our election night coverage for 2020. We just finished up talking about some of what's going on so far on election night, and Dr. Riley had mentioned the Electoral College, and it's kind of a odd way that we do things here in the United States. So let's explain that, Dr. Riley. What can you share?
Yes, the Electoral College is in the U.S. Constitution, which is very old. As far as constitutions go globally, there are not a lot of other countries that use something like the Electoral College. The way it works is each state gets a number of votes that's equal to its number of U.S. senators and U.S. House of Representative members. And so every state has 2 senators. The number of House members differs based on the population of the states. The overall effect of that is that rural states are disproportionately positively, or have a disproportionate positive influence in the Electoral College because they get those 2 senators regardless of what their population is. And so all states except 2 use this winner-take-all system. Whoever gets the most votes for president in the state gets all of the Electoral College votes. The 2 exceptions to that are Maine and Nebraska. So they do things a little bit differently. And each state does a little bit differently, but they assign some of the votes based on the statewide vote and then some based on those individual House districts, and that's how they do that. Now we have the people who actually vote in the Electoral College are electors, and they're chosen by the parties generally, and sometimes they can be what we call faithless electors, meaning that they don't vote the way the state voted. The Supreme Court recently ruled on this and said states can penalize faithless electors. Now the penalties tend not to be very large, and so I don't know if they would really dissuade somebody, but they can penalize those faithless electors. There is a national popular vote initiative that's underway, and that's states banding together to say we're going to assign our votes, our Electoral College votes, so that so it looks like the overall U.S. vote. And if you can get to half of the Electoral College votes, you can basically make that happen. You can assure that the winner will be the popular vote winner. And in recent elections, it's pretty frequently happened that the person who won the national popular vote did not win in the Electoral College. And that's what happened in 2016 as well. And so people can look at those national averages and everything, but really it's about the Electoral College when we talk about the president.
Right.
Yeah, odd that what really matters is the distribution of voters, if you think about it, right? So, for example, in 2016, there were about 4 million voters in California who basically could have stayed home, right? Like their votes didn't matter. They were above and beyond, Hillary already won California, right? Similarly, in New York, which typically goes blue, there are about 1 million voters whose votes didn't really matter all that much. Whereas, and that's because Democratic voters tend to be condensed into the most populous states and more dense urban areas, right? Conversely, we have Republican voters that are typically distributed in smaller and medium-sized states. And so they're winning those states that are smaller, medium-sized, and picking up the electoral votes there. So in that way, the Electoral College kind of favors a lot of the rural states that happen to be Republican. Something to sort of keep in mind when we think about the Electoral College.
What's interesting about the Electoral College is, in many ways, I think the founders intended the Electoral College to not only represent the interests of the states, but also as kind of one last check on majority tyranny. You have to remember the founders weren't necessarily really excited in a pure democracy. They worried about mob rule. And the Electoral College is one little last check potentially on the voters making decisions that are not necessarily in their best interest. What fascinates me is some states have put in laws requiring electors to cast their ballots as reflected in the state, as the state votes in the popular vote. And I've long thought those laws were unconstitutional, but the Supreme Court this spring disagreed with me in a case. They basically said, yeah, the states can put in laws to prevent those faithless electors from voting in a way different than from what the Electoral College, what the popular vote results demand in the state. So in any case, this is a system that we have. It's the one that's in place, and it's the one we're watching tonight as these states come in. No matter how close those margins are, whoever the winner is, the plurality winner, is going to get all those votes.
I have a question for Eric. Has there ever been a faithless voter? Do you know?
Yes, I believe there have been a few. It's not a widespread sort of phenomenon.
Yeah.
There was one in 2016 in Washington State, for example.
Ah.
Yeah, it's not a widespread phenomenon, though. So people have been asking what happens if some of these states get tied up in legal battles and they can't decide to whom their electors will be assigned. And so I've been doing a little bit of research on that. I think people are more familiar with the case. What if we end up with the two candidates being tied and nobody gets a majority in the Electoral College? In that case, it goes to the U.S. House and each state gets one vote. And so we haven't had to do that in a very long time. It's not clear how states with lots of representatives would make that decision, especially if they have an even split between Democrats and Republicans in terms of their House membership.
So is it, sorry to interrupt you, Eric, is it it's the House delegation from the state that votes, right? So presumably it would be the majority of the representatives and senators, right, and how they would vote.
Yeah, so it would be just the House, and I think it would presumably be, I mean, they could choose to vote based on how their state voted. They really have a lot of leeway in how they want to approach this, but you would think that it would come down to party lines. But if you had 8 and 4 Republicans and 4 Democratic, I don't know how states would make that decision. The other thing here is, what if a state isn't able to appoint a slate of electors? So the Electoral College this year meets on December 14th, and it's something like the first Tuesday after the second Monday. It's a really weird kind of formulation for when that happens. So there's sort of a drop dead date of December 8th that states have to indicate how those electors are going to vote. There is a lot of legal discussion right now about what happens if the state has not made a determination at that point. Some think that the state legislatures could make a determination, some that the governors could, maybe that both could submit a slate of electors. Others have not wanted to contemplate it, but the bottom line is we end up with an enormous legal mess.
Lots of levels to this. Wow. And okay, so as you mentioned, like, we might not know even then, like, when do we know that states will have called the election? Like, I know that some states have started counting mail-in ballots, some states haven't, some states you can still get your mail-in ballots in. What does this process look like?
Each of the states is going to certify its ballots and basically send the Electoral College vote to the Congress, where it will be ratified in the Senate, and that happens usually in December.
So we just get to hang out till then. Okay.
Well, obviously we'll know results before then, right? Because we'll have the AP and other organizations will call the results. But one of the problems that's different this year is because of mail ballots, because of the pandemic, a number of these states are going to take a lot longer to report the results. There are some states that are going to allow ballots as long as they're postmarked by election day or even slightly after. They'll be counting them, I think, in Washington State for another 2.5, 3 weeks.
Wow. Well, speaking of that, there's a lot of things going on this year, to say the least. 2020 has been a roller coaster. So obviously the pandemic has affected kind of mail-in voting, things like that. What are some of the other big issues that are impacting either how this election works or how people are voting this year? Dr. Gunther?
Yeah, so the biggest thing is that so many more people are voting by mail. So voting has become, in some ways, much more accessible to more voters. And granted, that is, taken with a grain of salt, because if people have been reading the news, you see a lot of headlines recently about electoral litigation or litigation over some of the access to, for example, whether or not to count votes that have been cast in drive-through drop boxes in Harris County, Texas, for example. There was recently a judge that ruled on that. So putting that aside, in general, there's just been a lot more access to voting. And again, it's going to be a little bit tricky because each state and in some cases counties have different rules about how they're going to process those votes. So yeah, the pandemic has really changed things this year in terms of the process of how people are actually getting out to vote. Thinking about it, I've been reflecting recently about how the drive-through voting or drive-through drop boxes are actually kind of important, because in some of these states where COVID cases are surging, if you're COVID positive and you're quarantining, that might be like your only way to turn in your ballot, right? So anyway, just lots of little things to think about this year in terms of this intersection between voting and the elections and the pandemic. And that's not even to say of the role of the pandemic in the campaigning. I don't know, David or Eric, do you have any thoughts on that?
Role of the pandemic in campaigning.
Yeah.
Well, certainly it's made campaigning really challenging for a number of reasons. Let's just start from the fact that a number of people are home and they're not necessarily at work. So that means you have to go to a lot of digital advertising. You got to do things like Facebook and Google. But the big thing, the big impact is door-to-door campaigning. One of the things that we know from the literature on voting is that a huge effect on turnout, frankly, is having a conversation with the voter. Just having that one-on-one conversation, not a phone call, but a knock on the door and an actual conversation. That's really hard to do during a pandemic, right? So certainly I think one of the problems the Democrats face is they've relied heavily on that ground game to make up and get out votes. And they probably started a little bit later. And I know anecdotally, Republicans here in Montana were doing it a bit in the spring. So Republicans might have been a little bit ahead in the game right there because they're more willing to go ahead and knock on doors during the pandemic. So that's one certain thing that's different during this campaign. So the money that maybe went to a lot of those ground games went into more advertising, more digital, and other ways to kind of reach voters. So that's been a little bit different. We got a little bit of an update for some exit polls here that I think are important to talk about. What is Allison reporting from the data center, Sheridan?
Yeah, so our data analyst, Allison, has found that some exit polls are saying that Biden may be winning voters who were third party or who didn't vote in 2016. Dr. Riley, what might this mean, or what are some of the consequences of that?
So and we'll talk about the polling we did in Montana. We saw something similar here, that independent voters and people who vote for other parties were favoring Biden, and it really seemed to be tied to people's approval of President Trump. So independents who did not approve of the job that President Trump had done were very much planning to vote Democratic and to do so down the ballot. And so we're probably seeing some of that in other places. I don't know if this is tied to young people, but you expect young people to generally vote Democratic. So if we're seeing greater turnout among younger people, we'd expect them to favor Biden.
With that, why do young people tend to vote more Democratic? Is it an education factor? Is it just as they get older? Is there research on that?
Well, younger voters tend to be more liberal. They also tend to be affected by what happens and occurs to them when they're growing up in the political scene. And think about the political scene when a lot of young voters enter the electorate right now. We've had an interesting presidency under Donald Trump. We've had a pandemic. We've had economic decline most recently. And a lot of those factors certainly affect younger voters and impact not only how they're going to vote now, but it can have some sort of staying effect, a kind of a generational effect that goes on. So, for example, we know a lot of the voters that entered the electorate in the Great Depression, voted Democrat and they stayed as Democratic voters for quite some time thereafter. So it's a pattern that can persist throughout their lives.
Well, I will say that the converse of that question is, why do older individuals tend to vote Republican? And there is a tendency, even for people who were Democratic, to move in that Republican direction as they get older. And I think part of the reason there is that if you think about it, as you get older, maybe your income is fixed, right? You need things to be more predictable. And the Republicans are typically seen as the party of predictability and keeping things the same. And so that explains part of the other end of that spectrum.
Yeah, interesting. Wow, there's just so much going on tonight. My goodness.
I would add a little bit on the young voters. So oftentimes young voters, I guess the ones that are politically engaged, as has been said before, maybe tend to lean liberal. Young voters tend to get a lot of flack for being apathetic or disengaged as well, though that's kind of another narrative out there. And that may be true to some extent or for some portion of young voters, but I would say, I guess there was a recent survey that came out from Ipsos that looked at young voters, and a lot of them also just report barriers to voting. So, they're working jobs, they're in school, they're really cross-pressured in terms of their time. Some of them have moved, if you think about like growing up in your hometown, and then you might register to vote there, or you might register to vote where you go to college, if you go to college. So young people are just more transient, and that makes it hard to register in one place and then vote in that one place, So that's another thing to think about in terms of young people and the barriers that they face, rather than just think of them as apathetic.
Right. There's a lot of factors that impact this, and the election in general, but we will come back to that after this short break.
My mission as a professor in the Jake Jabs College of Business and Entrepreneurship at Montana State University is to train students how to take their passionate ideas from elevator pitch.
We want to build an app that completely eliminates scalping and fraud from the ticket buying experience.
Ascent Montana is gear for good. We are a lifestyle brand that gives back to our U.S. military.
To product, to people. We teach them to think outside the classroom and the traditional boardroom so they can innovate, inspire, and accomplish their ultimate goal: success.
When I was a film student at Montana State University, I learned to create the unexpected. So when I directed my first feature documentary about a 3,000-mile ride on wild horses, I naturally turned to my MSU family for help. I knew they would have what it takes to get the job done. Together we created Unbranded. At Montana State University, nothing is impossible.
At Montana State University, we build real satellites for NASA. To most people, the MSU campus looks like this, but to me, it now looks like this. Our satellite has orbited the Earth over 5,000 times, advancing technology throughout the world. We work together, we shape the future.
You can find the heart of Montana in our small towns. I grew up in one. In Big Sky Country, we have more rural schools than any other state in the USA. When I went off to college, I chose Montana State University. I knew that's where I'd learn how to be a successful teacher for my children lucky enough to grow up here. MSU understands the small-town traditions of independence, hard work, and determination that create quality education across Montana. In small towns, we all look out for one another. Here, I have everything I could want for my career: great kids, caring people, and Montana State University.
Some people look surprised when I tell them I study engineering. But at Montana State University, I'm part of a community of dynamic women engineers who empower me to pursue my dreams. Here I've learned from women who have overcome barriers, pioneered new career paths, and led groundbreaking research. In our classrooms and labs, my professors and mentors give me the skills I need to succeed in the complex career I have chosen. After I graduate, our global network of successful alumni will continue to be there for me with advice and support. MSU teaches me to think outside expectations so I can shape the future of engineering for women and the world.
I'm confused by their needle, to be honest with you. Yeah. I'm not sure I would say it's going to go for Trump.
All right. So we are back here chatting about election results, as you can see, as you likely are as well. So let's take a look at where we are so far. Have there been any updates in the last 40 minutes since we started our live stream?
So one of the states that we talked about early on was North Carolina. We thought we'd have a good idea of what was going to happen there very early on. There are 6 pivot counties in North Carolina, meaning again that they voted for Obama and then voted for Trump. Those counties are almost all trending toward Trump. And so I think the prediction services and outlets that are saying that Trump is likely to win in North Carolina are using those results. We're also finding, however, that Biden's margins in the metropolitan areas are bigger than Clinton's were. And so we're a little bit reluctant to go along with some of those predictions at this point. But you are seeing those pivot counties going in Trump's direction again.
What's interesting for me looking at North Carolina is those pivot counties seem to be going for President Trump. But we see that Biden is outperforming Clinton in a lot of those very large counties. So CNN just said that 97% of the votes counted in North Carolina are early votes, and that's expected to drop as more votes come in. And this is why the New York Times needle has Trump winning by North Carolina by 1 point at the moment. So I'm a little bit flummoxed by the fact, however, though, that these very, very big counties are seeing a really strong showing for Biden. So let's just kind of pay attention to that. What happens if Donald Trump wins North Carolina, Georgia, and Florida?
Well, I was actually just going to add that Georgia might be another place where we see this similar trend that you're talking about, David, where, pivot counties, maybe in the rural parts or suburbs, might be going for Trump. But we've also seen a huge influx of new voters in and around Atlanta. So some of these urban areas might be going really strongly for Biden, and as you said, outperforming even what Clinton had in 2016.
Is there a viable path for Joe Biden if North Carolina, Georgia, and Florida all go for President Trump?
Absolutely, yeah. Trump needs all 3 of those states really to have a shot. So it's kind of the other way around, that if Biden had won any one of those 3 states, it would look like he'd have a really good chance. Whereas Trump needs to hold those states, and then he's in play, depending on what happens in the upper Midwest and the Southwest.
Right. So are those other swing states that are important kind of like Wisconsin, Michigan, Pennsylvania, and then Arizona, maybe, with those 2 regions? Anything else?
Well, certainly, if you just look at Wisconsin, Michigan, and Pennsylvania, those states were lost by Hillary Clinton unexpectedly. And if there's a sweep there, essentially Biden wins. Arizona would probably be icing on the cake. But that would be a very narrow electoral victory, which in many respects would be, I think, surprising for a number of reasons. I mean, let's put this in broader context. Joe Biden is, an unobjectionable Democratic candidate. He's certainly not to the left wing of the Democratic Party. If you also go a little bit further here, we have an incumbent presidency. So Donald Trump was a challenger, but now he's got to defend the last 4 years. What is there to defend? I mean, there's been a pandemic. There's been a hit to the economy. There's been a hit to the United States' standing in the world, and certainly those tactics may not look as great. And the country largely has not approved of the president's job. I mean, overwhelmingly, a majority of Americans disapprove of the president's job. So it would be shocking to me that, given that scenario, that the president could win re-election. I mean, certainly it's not what we know happens given previous elections in this country.
Lots to keep an eye on here. And as we're looking at that, Allison, our data analyst, has mentioned that Ohio has just really pouring in results and so what would a win in Ohio be good for Biden? Is it a big matter? There's just a lot of different states and different electors to keep in mind here. So I'm just trying to keep it all straight.
Yeah, it's often said that a Republican candidate has to win Ohio in order to win. That's not completely true, but it is a good indicator. And so if Biden were to win Ohio, that would be bad news for Trump. Certainly, I think the polling has been very close. The models have been very close there.
Certainly, if you think about Ohio, go ahead.
I was going to say, one thing to keep in mind about Ohio, and maybe you were going to say this too, David, is that, again, we were talking about how different states have different approaches to processing and tallying their votes, right? So Ohio is one of these states that actually will start reporting or has started reporting their early vote first. And we sort of know that, generally speaking, early voting tends to go more Democratic, and Republicans tend to prefer or choose to vote in person more often. Generally speaking, not necessarily all the time, obviously. But what we might see in Ohio is an initial lead for Biden that might, over the course of the night or even the next few days, erode as more of the in-person votes are counted. So we're calling this a blue mirage.
Well, certainly we've seen, as those results come in from Ohio, which started out with a Biden lead that was very large, we've seen it narrowed. So right now, just looking at the New York Times, we see Ohio, Biden is up by 0.3%, and that margin's been going down all night. But there's still a considerable amount of the vote that is still out. Delaware County, north of Columbus right now, which Republicans traditionally win overwhelmingly. Right now, Donald Trump has only got a 1/10 of a percentage point lead there. So certainly, and I know there's a lot of votes out in Cleveland, Columbus, and down in Hamilton County, which is Cincinnati. So this is still going to be interesting to watch it throughout. But if you think about Ohio, demographically, if Biden wins Ohio, that's going to suggest that Biden is probably going to win Pennsylvania, because remember, these states kind of move together. So if you're starting to see if Ohio falls, that probably means Pennsylvania, Michigan, Wisconsin are probably good in the Biden column. And if you have that, then you've got a Biden victory. But right now, it's neck and neck in Ohio. It's really, really close.
Interesting. And we're keeping our eye on all of these moving parts. And I'm sure reflecting back on 2016, with all of the things happening at that election, and all the polls, as we've mentioned, pointed to a Clinton victory. So how was it that Donald Trump was able to win in 2016? Dr. Riley?
Well, a big part of the story, as I mentioned earlier, is that he was able to mobilize new voters, people who had not voted before. He created a new kind of coalition. He attracted some of those lower education voters. And he won the election based on the Rust Belt again. And he had union members voting for him, right? He was able to attract primarily working class whites in those states who left the Democratic Party and voted for Trump. They wanted to see something different. It seems like a long time ago now, but it's also important to remember that a huge issue in 2016 was immigration. We've heard almost nothing about immigration this time around, right? It was immigration, and we're not hearing a lot of that this time. The Democrats assumed that they had that union support, that blue collar support in the Rust Belt. They did not campaign much at all or aggressively in those states. And so that was seen as a mistake. There are those who say Biden has made the same mistake. Due to the coronavirus, he has not been out among people nearly as much as he would be normally. And so there's some of the same uneasiness about those Rust Belt states that you saw last time.
Definitely. Are there any other factors that impacted that election?
Yeah, I guess I was just thinking about why we might not have seen immigration as a top issue this campaign season, and I wonder if it has something to do with just the unpopularity, I guess, of the family separation policy that the Trump administration had. I don't know. Do you have any thoughts on that, David or Eric?
I think the overriding concerns right now, frankly, is the pandemic, and the economy. I think that just puts it all out. Certainly, I think the immigration has manifested itself in a slightly different way, which is China. So certainly we've seen that mentioned a lot in the Montana Senate race, but I think also around the entire country, which is China's to blame for the virus. And that's what the Republicans are basically focusing on. So it's an immigration issue. It's about basically taking a country or a group of individuals and othering them. And to some extent, a lot of people want someone to blame for the virus. So China's an easy scapegoat. So as a result, that's the way I think the issue of immigration has come out in this particular fashion.
Well, so that goes to kind of this idea that Trump is really such an unconventional candidate, right? He kind of, we have this sort of playbook that we think about with typical politicians and how they campaign, and he just tosses it out the window, right? So you'd think that the pandemic would be sort of a difficult issue for him and kind of a thorn in his side, right? But he does bring it up a lot of the times, right? In his own campaign rallies and in the press, we see him talking about it. So that is kind of an interesting thing about his campaign that I've noticed anyway.
Well, if you think about for a moment, what is it that people like about President Trump, the candidate in 2016, when he was the millionaire real estate mogul from New York, is that he speaks truth, right? The idea is that he speaks the facts the way it is. And to a certain extent, his supporters are willing to basically believe what he says. So the path in the pandemic, frankly, has been to dismiss it, to ignore it, to underplay it. And that's not reality. And that's certainly not what the pandemic experts or the doctors believe. But the whole sense of expertise and the notion of expertise has been undermined by his presidencies thus far, because people think experts, know too much or they're too smug. And as a result, there's a certain amount of, I think, certain voters like that. And some of these voters feel like they've been left behind, they've been trodden on, they've been sold a bill of goods. And so they go with the unconventional. What's interesting here is now President Trump is the president. Is that dynamic going to continue to work? And right now, seems to be working among voters in Florida. He's ahead in Georgia. And still behind in North Carolina, but the New York Times thinks eventually North Carolina is going to be won by President Trump. The path seems to be narrowing for Joe Biden moving forward here.
And if you think about the fundamentals of elections, so the sort of thing we teach, what seems to matter from one election to the next, incumbency is a big deal, right? You get evaluated on your record, as David said. If things have not gone well, the evaluation usually isn't a positive one. Other issues that typically matter are the economy and taxes and the military. We've heard very little about the military in this campaign, at least not like we usually do. We haven't had the same level of foreign conflict. I think some of that has been transferred to the coronavirus, as David said. I think some of that has been transferred to policing and law and order kinds of concerns. I think that the focus has shifted a little bit there. The economy should be a weak spot, but the stock market's doing fine. Economic growth in the third quarter was really strong. It had to rebound because of the pandemic, but it did rebound. And so things started changing economically in a positive direction for Trump toward the end of the election period.
All very interesting topics here. And as we get closer to 8 p.m., polls are closing across the West, including here in Montana. And so we will chat about those upcoming elections and then really dive into those all of the issues here in Montana on the Montana ballot, as well as what those election results might look like on a more local scale.
So we got polls closing in Idaho, Iowa, Montana, Nevada, and Utah starting at 8 o'clock.
Great. All in our region, and we'll have to see how this works. But we will take a hard look at that right after this break.
You can find the heart of Montana in our small towns. I grew up in one. In Big Sky Country, we have more rural schools than any other state in the USA. When I went off to college, I chose Montana State University. I knew that's where I'd learn how to be a successful teacher for my children, lucky enough to grow up here. MSU understands the small town traditions of independence, hard work, and determination that create quality education across Montana. In small towns, we all look out for one another. Here, I have everything I could want for my career: great kids, caring people, and Montana State University.
At Montana State University, we build real satellites for NASA. To most people, the MSU campus looks like this, but to me, it now looks like this. Our satellite has orbited the Earth over 5,000 times, advancing technology throughout the world. We work together, we shape the future.
My mission as a professor in the Jake Jabs College of Business and Entrepreneurship at Montana State University is to train students how to take their passionate ideas from elevator pitch.
We want to build an app that completely eliminates scalping and fraud from the ticket buying experience.
Ascent Montana is gear for good. We are a lifestyle brand that gives back to our U.S. military.
To product, to people. We teach them to think outside the classroom and the traditional boardroom so they can innovate, inspire, and accomplish their ultimate goal: success.
When I was a film student at Montana State University, I learned to create the unexpected. So when I directed my first feature documentary about a 3,000-mile ride on wild horses, I naturally turned to my MSU family for help. I knew they would have what it takes to get the job done. Together we created Unbranded. At Montana State University, nothing is impossible.
Some people look surprised when I tell them I study engineering. But at Montana State University, I'm part of a community of dynamic women engineers who empower me to pursue my dreams. Here I've learned from women who have overcome barriers, pioneered new career paths, and led groundbreaking research. In our classrooms and labs, my professors and mentors give me the skills I need to succeed in the complex career I have chosen. After I graduate, our global network of successful alumni will continue to be there for me with advice and support. MSU teaches me to think outside expectations so I can shape the future of engineering for women and the world.
All right, so we are coming back in, and Montana polls have closed in about a minute now, and and that's also happening across the West in Iowa, Nevada, Utah. But before we jump into what we might expect there, as I look at these results, it seems like Virginia has been, like at least for the New York Times, Virginia has been called for Biden, but it has Donald Trump in the lead with 53% of the votes reported. Where are these numbers coming from, and how come there's that kind of unbalance there?
Yeah, so if you look at what the New York Times is doing, they're taking a look at the precincts that are actually reporting and what they would expect out of those precincts, and they're making calls based on that, whereas some other services are just reporting what the results are presently. What you don't know with those kinds of numbers is whether mostly Republican precincts have reported or mostly Democratic precincts. And so if you think back to the US Senate election in Montana in 2018, when we went to bed, it looked like Matt Rosendale was going to beat John Tester. He was ahead. And then it turned out that Gallatin and Missoula counties had a lot of votes outstanding. And by the time those rolled in, Tester had won by a couple of percentage points. So that's the sort of thing that can absolutely happen. The New York Times is using models based on what they expect to call these races, whereas some other services are just reporting the returns that are in presently. And you need to be careful about that because you don't know what the source of those returns is, which precincts they are.
Okay, interesting. Now pivoting back into Montana, as those polls are closing, what should we expect for this evening? Dr. Parker?
Well, before we get into Montana, it looks like Allison in our data center has some breaking news. According to the New York Times, Lindsey Graham has been reelected to the U.S. Senate in South Carolina, beating Jamie Harrison, who had totally come out of nowhere and raised a ton of money and outspent Lindsey Graham heavily. So Lindsey Graham, of course, was a massive Trump critic who became a massive Trump supporter in the U.S. Senate. He has been reelected, and that is one Senate seat that remains in Republican hands.
Does that have any sort of predictions for, or any leeway for other Republicans elsewhere who might be facing that same thing? Or
so one thing that we typically have known is that the phenomenon of split ticket voting, which is pretty prevalent here in Montana, has declined nationally. So typically in South Carolina, what we saw here is that President Trump won the state and the Republican Senate candidate won. It might augur well for those Republican candidates in the two elections in Georgia, the regularly scheduled election with David Perdue, the incumbent, and Kelly Loeffler, who was appointed to fill a seat upon a retirement in Georgia. So it might actually augur well for Tom Tillis to keep his seat. If Trump wins North Carolina, maybe Tom Tillis will stay in place as well. So that would certainly narrow the options for Democrats who are trying to take control of the United States Senate.
Good to know. Interesting. Is there any other things we should hit nationally before we try to come back to Montana?
Florida apparently is too close to call, according to reports. But here in Montana, so the polls have just closed, as you just said. What do I look at when I look at Montana to kind of figure out what's going on? Well, first of all, my caveat is this is a weird election with all the mail ballots. But typically, the results that I most am interested in first come from Lewis and Clark County, where Helena is located. Why? Really, for Democrats to win in the state, they've got to run up the numbers in the urban counties. Places like Gallatin here in Bozeman, Missoula, Silver Bow, which is Butte, Cascade. But the first sign that we have of a large urban county would be Lewis and Clark. They're very good at processing ballots. They're quick, they're fast. Usually results come in by 8:45, 9:15. So kind of my rule of thumb there is if the Democrats are doing well in Lewis and Clark County, then they're probably in good shape moving forward in the state. But if they perform poorly, that's a good sign for Republicans. So if you kind of look here at Lewis and Clark County in that Senate race in 2018, John Tester pulled 58% of the votes out of Lewis and Clark County. And Steve Bullock in his governor's race against Greg Gianforte pulled 60%. So if we're looking for kind of a sign, if you see that 57% to 60% number, that's good for Democrats. If it's lower than that, it is not good. And I'll tell you this, if the Democrats lose Lewis and Clark County, we might as well just talk about other states for a while, because that probably means the Republicans are on to have a big sweep throughout the state.
To keep in mind. So from counties like Lewis and Clark, you're anticipating pretty quick results. When do you think we'll know for sure? Will we have to wait till tomorrow morning to know for sure all the results of these elections?
One of the things is I was fairly confident we'd have some results by 11 o'clock tonight. But my understanding, Yellowstone County, home of Billings, biggest population center in the state, they're going to stop counting at midnight. Now, they might be done at midnight. But if they're not going to pick up county until the next morning. So If it's a close election, we won't be able to call anything tonight because Yellowstone County, of course, will have a lot of numbers that we're going to rely upon to make any predictions. But right now, looking at the New York Times, we don't have any early numbers yet here in Montana as of right now.
The New York Times is reporting some interesting things from their exit polls, just about issues that were important to voters, seemingly, and perhaps not surprisingly, there's two issues that sort of rise to the surface. One is the pandemic and people concerned about the pandemic and public health, and the lack of coordination around response to the pandemic, and then others who are really concerned about the economy, how the economy is going to rebuild, and the continued shutdowns and lockdowns and basically shutdowns of the economy. So again, not surprisingly, these two issues tend to go down partisan lines, where people who have supported Joe Biden are caring more about the pandemic and that being kind of a motivating issue for them. And then people who are supporting Donald Trump reporting that the economy is the big issue for them, motivating their votes. And I suspect we see similar results in Montana if we think about what would motivate a Montanan voter, similar splits.
In fact, we know some of that from our Treasure State poll, don't we?
Mm-hmm.
Eric
Can
Riley?
you tell us more about your Treasure State poll here?
Yes, so we, in 2018, and I have to give a lot of credit to David here, he was the one who raised all the funds to do this. We were able to create a poll at Montana State University. As Sheridan had mentioned, I'm the director of the HELPS lab. That's the Human Ecology Learning and Problem Solving lab. It's our social science lab here on campus. And we administered the poll. So 2018 was our first go at this. We did a pre-election poll, and then we polled the same group of people who had responded after the election. We had a tremendous response, and we did quite well in making predictions using those polling results. Since then, we had a special poll in April, a coronavirus-related poll where we did a little bit of political polling as well. That was a little bit different. That was online. Our regular Treasure State polls are mail polls, which is a little bit unconventional. A lot of polls tend to be telephone polls at this point. The problem with that is you get, maybe you don't end up with a biased sample, but you have to call so many people to get enough people to respond. There's a lot of what we call non-response, and that can generate certain kinds of biases as well. And so we're concerned about that. We wanted a really good representative sample for Montana. And so it requires some technology. We have to be able to turn around lots and lots of questionnaires very quickly, but we're able to do that. And so we're proud of our efforts. We had a 2020 pre-election poll. The post-election poll is going out in the mail tomorrow after we have the results. And the funding, I'll let David talk about the funding, but in terms of the HELPS lab, so I want to recognize Greta Lindsay, who's the project manager at the HELPS lab and plays a tremendous role in this. Sarah was involved in the 2018 poll and was instrumental in being able to get that done. But we have undergraduate and graduate students here at MSU who are involved in stuffing and matching and sealing with the envelopes, with data entry and scanning the questionnaires that come back. So lots of really good experience for those students. This is a really important part, we think, of the land-grant mission of Montana State University. One of the things we noticed is that in 2016, and David more than I, as he was talking to the news media, it's hard to explain what happened when you don't have information. And Montana was a polling desert. We had very little information. The campaigns were doing polling, but they keep that to themselves unless they're doing really well, and then they're much more likely to tell you about it. But we think it's important for the general public to have that information. We asked lots of other questions about public policies and social trends, and we use those for academic purposes. We're very transparent. We provided the data after 2018. Anybody who wants to find those data can find those and use those. And I'm especially proud that, so there are sources like the Washington Post and CNN, who have instituted certain standards for reporting polling results. And in the case of CNN, it's a 16-point checklist of all the things you need to do the right way methodologically. And we were one of the few entities polling who actually met those standards. And so our results were reported. And so we're very proud about that. But David, if you want to talk about the funding efforts.
First of all, Eric Riley, this poll would not have happened without you and the work that you've been doing there. So thank you very much. You are certainly smarter than I am methodologically. And I really appreciate all the work that you do there. The funding is basically supported by donors. You know, we had over 100 unique donors give money to this poll during Gimme Day last year. We have some substantial contributors. Julianne Bai, who's an alum of the department or the university, gave a substantial sum of money to get this poll on the road, and we're grateful to her and all our other donors. So first of all, we'd love it if any of you could maybe help support the poll. Donate money if you like the production we're doing tonight, because a lot of the information that we're using for production comes from that poll. So there's a web link that will be shared here at the bottom of the screen, where you can just click through that and give a little bit of money to help us up with that poll. But just, it's expensive, you know, to do a poll with a post-election poll costs about $36,000. And that, by the way, is cheaper than a telephone poll. So we're grateful for that help and assistance. But we know all kinds of things about Montana and what make Montana think, and because of that poll. So for example, our results showed that the Senate election is going to be close. In fact, all the races are going to be close. Every single one of the races here in Montana are within the margin of error. We had Steve Bullock leading Steve Daines by 2 points. We had the House race, Matt Rosendale leading by 2 over Kathleen Williams. And the governor's race, Greg Gianforte was leading by, if I recall, 5, 47-42 over Mike Cooney. But if you kind of dig in those results, you see all kinds of interesting things. The first interesting thing that I really noted in terms of our polling results, among those voters who are not eligible to vote or did not vote, 55% of them were ages 18 to 29. And those voters overwhelmingly support both Steve Bullock and Joe Biden. And in fact, the other thing that was interesting and what was really surprising, I think Eric and Sarah would agree, is that we showed the presidential race here in the state within single digits. Do I think Donald Trump is going to win Montana tonight? I think that is unlikely, especially with some of the other results we're seeing here around the country. I would be shocked if Donald Trump lost Montana and Joe Biden won, I should say.
So with that, what are some more of those issues that you might have polled on, and how people are feeling, maybe besides the big national level? You're seeing those close things. We don't have results yet from New York Times, but Google does have some preliminary results for Helena and Missoula, so we will be sure to keep our eyes on that.
One quick thing I should say is we have an initiative on the ballot to legalize recreational marijuana, and our poll showed that was going to win by 10 points. So we're paying close attention to that. But apparently in Lewis and Clark County, 88% of the precincts have been recorded, and Biden has 50% of the votes, and Trump has 47% of the votes, according to Allison in the Data Center. And is that from the New York Times?
So that's in line with what you predicted, right, David?
Well, so certainly the Democrats have to do well there. 50% of the votes, 88% precincts have been recorded. Certainly, if you look at Lewis and Clark County, actually, Hillary Clinton lost Lewis and Clark County in 2016. The big question is what is going on at the Senate race in that state, and of course the other races. We'll have to pay attention to that. But I think we're up for a break pretty soon. And
yeah,
so we should
keep an eye on these election results as the polls are closing and results are rolling in, especially here in Montana. But we will take a quick break and catch up on those.
Some people look surprised when I tell them I study engineering. But at Montana State University, I'm part of a community of dynamic women engineers who empower me to pursue my dreams. Here I've learned from women who have overcome barriers, pioneered new career paths, and led groundbreaking research. In our classrooms and labs, my professors and mentors give me the skills I need to succeed in the complex career I have chosen. After I graduate, our global network of successful alumni will continue to be there for me with advice and support. MSU teaches me to think outside expectations so I can shape the future of engineering for women and the world.
My mission as a professor in the Jake Jabs College of Business and Entrepreneurship at Montana State University is to train students how to take their passionate ideas from elevator pitch.
We want to build an app that completely eliminates scalping and fraud from the ticket buying experience.
Ascent Montana is geared for good. We are a lifestyle brand that gives back to our U.S. military.
To product, to people. We teach them to think outside the classroom and the traditional boardroom so they can innovate, inspire, and accomplish their ultimate goal: success.
You can find the heart of Montana in our small towns. I grew up in one. In Big Sky Country, we have more rural schools than any other state in the USA. When I went off to college, I chose Montana State University. I knew that's where I'd learn how to be a successful teacher for my children lucky enough to grow up here. MSU understands the small town traditions of independence, hard work, and determination that create quality education across Montana. In small towns, we all look out for one another. Here, I have everything I could want for my career: great kids, caring people, and Montana State University.
At Montana State University, we build real satellites for NASA. To most people, the MSU campus looks like this, but to me, it now looks like this. Our satellite has orbited the Earth over 5,000 times, advancing technology throughout the world. We work together, we shape the future.
We know we don't look
like most nurses you've met.
But when as a single mom, I needed to ensure a secure future for my son.
And I wanted to save lives. And we both wanted to serve our people.
We enrolled in the Montana State University College of Nursing's Caring for Our Own program.
At MSU, I received training that allows me to return to my Salish and Kootenai home.
And lets me work in the Northern Cheyenne Public Health Clinic.
We practice advanced healthcare techniques
to treat current and future generations.
At Montana State University, we learn to heal and strengthen our communities.
Welcome back to our election night coverage, and it's been about 20 minutes since the polls have closed in Montana and the results are rolling in. We will take a look at all of those issues and races on the ballot here in Montana and try to break them down, maybe what we're expecting, what results we're seeing so far, And then as other results roll in from the national level, we'll be sure to mention those too. So let's start with the governor race. We've got Greg Gianforte, our U.S. representative, running against Mike Cooney, lieutenant governor. What does that look like so far?
Well, according to the results that we're seeing here reported on the Montana Free Press, Mike Cooney has jumped out to an early lead, 58 to 38% in that race. But we only have results coming in from Lewis and Clark County, which is Helena. We have results coming in from Missoula. And it looks like we got 90% of the precincts in Missoula and about 88% of the precincts in Lewis and Clark County. But here's the danger sign. Mike Cooney has 52% of the votes out of Lewis and Clark County, where Greg Gianforte's got 44%. And remember what I told you earlier about Lewis and Clark County. For Democrats to do well, they need to win it, but they need to win it by a good margin. So if you look at previous results, Democrats should be getting 57, 60% of the vote out of that county, especially if we have higher voter turnout. If you look at Missoula, again, this is where a Democrat should do exceedingly well. Right now, the results with 90% of the precincts reporting. So 62% of the vote for Cooney, 35% for Greg Gianforte. Well, that sounds good, but really those numbers should be more like 65%. So right now, those results suggest that Cooney is underperforming in two really strong Democratic counties. And if this trend holds, it means that it's going to be a bad night for Democrats and a good night for Republicans.
Sorry, I'm trying to find all these election results so I can stay updated. Okay.
I can talk a little bit about Arizona just to enter in with some news from around the state while we kind of get some of the other Montana results going. So it seems like Arizona's coming in with about 70% of the votes, and Biden is up 9%. And again, Arizona is one of these states that counts the early votes first. So it's expected that Biden would have a lead in the early vote counts. But it is actually a substantial margin. We're talking about, over 200,000 votes here. So it might be kind of tough it's certainly a challenge for President Trump to make up that lead, but we'll keep an eye on that.
For sure. We will be sure to take it up on that, and we'll pivot to more of those Montana races. Next up with the Battle of the Steves for U.S. Senate. Current U.S. Senator Steve Daines up against our current governor, Steve Bullock. Dr. Parker, can you contextualize this for us?
So here right now, the results are very similar to what we saw in the governor's race. 59, really 60% for Steve Bullock right now, 40% for Steve Daines. But again, let's look at where those results are coming from. Missoula, 65 for Bullock, 34 for Daines. That's a good number for Steve Bullock. A worrisome number is Lake County. So Lake County is just to the north. It's Polson. That's a county where Democrats should be winning. Tester won that 50-47 with 64% of the precincts in. It's 54% for Daines and 45% for Steve Bullock. Now, of course, we don't know where those precincts are, so we're not really sure if that really is a solid lead for Steve Daines. We also have some results from Park County. Park County, of course, is just to the east of Bozeman here. It's the home of Livingston. This is another county that Democrats do well in. Right now, with 73% of the precincts in, we've got basically 56% of the votes for Bullock. And then we have, I just lost my screen, 44% for Daines. Let's contextualize that for a moment. Let's go back to that senator race again in 2018 with John Tester. That's a better performance for Steve Bullock. So Tester got 52% of the vote out of Park County in 2018, and 44% went to Matt Rosendale. And in fact, that's even better than Bullock did when he ran against Greg Gianforte for governor. So if we take those results there, it seems to be that in Park County and Lewis and Clark County, we got good results for Bullock. In Park County, good results in Missoula, not great results in Lake County so far. And in Helena, That's the big surprise. Really, that's margin there is a little bit lower than I think Democrats would like, with 88% of the precincts reporting out of Lewis and Clark County. If that margin grows a little bit, that's better for Bullock, but if it shrinks, that's good for Steve Daines. So right now, if I collectively take all of that there in the Senate race, it's tight. Despite the fact it looks like we got a 20-point lead for Bullock at this point, that's going to be a pretty close race.
So speaking of the Senate, actually, I don't know if we've reported yet, but John Hickenlooper defeated incumbent Senator Cory Gardner over in Colorado. And that was a race that was oftentimes paired with our local race here in Montana, right? The Steve Daines against Steve Bullock. So it's interesting, you know, we're looking closely at the Senate to see if the majority changes. We've got South Carolina, Lindsey Graham hanging on to his seat, but is defeated in this case in Colorado by Hickenlooper.
And I will note about Colorado that it's been shifting blue pretty reliably over the last few years. It's basically a blue state at this point. So it's not quite what Montana is, but Sarah's right that people have drawn some comparisons because you have a former governor in Colorado and you have a former or a current governor in Montana, but not surprising that Hickenlooper won in Colorado.
Do we have any results in the Arizona Senate race yet?
Oh, sorry. The Arizona Senate race. Let me check.
While we're waiting on that, do we want to chat about our at-large representative seat here in Montana?
So looking over at the House race, we have very, very similar results. So, I mean, let's just contextualize this. I said that Steve Bullock, 59% of the vote, Steve Daines, 40% in the Senate race. It's almost identical over in the House race with the numbers from those same counties. 58% for Kathleen Williams, 41% for Matt Rosendale. And then finally, again, like I said, Cooney, 56, 57, with Gray Gianforte, 40. So they're all basically, if you kind of think about these votes that are coming in from these counties, they look like people are voting straight Democratic ticket in areas where Democrats should do well. I mean, if you even go over to the AG's race, you see a similar result. Rafe Grable, 58%, Austin Knudsen, 42%.
Huh.
These results should tighten up considerably throughout the evening as we move forward.
And these urban places do they always tend to report earlier, kind of in Montana tradition, or?
Well, yeah, Lewis and Clark has just always been first. It's just always been one of the fastest counties to come out. In fact, like I said, about 8:45, well, we got that a lot earlier. And I think that's because they've been counting early because of the mail ballot election. But some counties, like Gallatin County or Bozeman, is historically awful in terms of putting in its results. They tend to come in really, really late in the evening. Yellowstone County, because it's so large, takes a long time to count those votes. So what is really surprising to me is that Missoula already has 90% of the precincts coming in. We just got a batch of results from Jefferson County with 90% of the precincts reporting. And that shows Steve Daines leading in Jefferson County by 23 points. Again, let's put that into context here. If you go to Jefferson County in 2018, John Tester lost that by 10 points. So right now, that's a bad sign for Democrats. And in Jefferson County, there's such a large margin that's helping tighten that race a little bit up to Steve Daines' advantage here in the Senate race. So Jefferson County, again, we're seeing a result of 61% for Daines, 39% for Bullock. That's well off of the marks that the Democrats have done in Jefferson County in the past. And as a result, the race has tightened up a little bit there. Right now, the AP is estimating about 22% of the vote has been counted in the Senate race, the governor's race, and in the House race.
Interesting. So we've been talking a lot about like mail-in ballots across the country, and I know that that's been an impact in Montana too. And there were some counties that didn't have in-person voting at all, correct?
Yes, that's correct. There are 11 counties. They're all small rural counties that decided not to have a mail election. So we'll be waiting for those results to come in tonight. I estimate that there's probably about 10,000 votes there alone to be reported. I think we're on record probably to have some pretty high turnout here in Montana that's going to break some records. I mean, just as we walked into the studio today, I looked at the last batch of absentee votes that came in from the Secretary of State's website. We basically were matching our 2016 voter turnout, which is about 74%. So it's possible that here in Montana, our voter turnout might be as high as 80%. We haven't seen numbers like that since 1972.
Wow. Well, that should be good news for at least voter engagement. But let's pivot back to Dr. Gunther and that Arizona race.
Yeah, so the Arizona race, right now we have Mark Kelly in the lead with 55% and Martha McSally down at 44%. This is with just 74% of the votes counted. And just to remind everyone about these candidates, the incumbent right now is Martha McSally. She's a Republican, and she who's the Democrat, who's the senator, the other senator, basically. So they ran against each other in 2018. Kristen Sinema won that election, and then Martha McSally was actually appointed to John McCain's seat, basically when he died, and she was appointed by the Republican governor Ducey. So Mark Kelly is an interesting candidate because he's the Democratic candidate who's currently in the lead, because he's actually the husband of Gabby Giffords, who some of you may remember was the victim of an assassination attempt or a gunshot wound to the head and survived. So she's pretty popular in Arizona, has a lot of sympathy, and her husband is a former astronaut. So he's quite popular in Arizona, and I think this was a pretty predictable lead and probable win for him.
Good to know. And why? So obviously, taking a look at these other states will definitely impact our Senate makeup or things like that. But do they have any kind of determining factors on, maybe nearby states, maybe? Or I mean, I know you've mentioned that the Rust Belt kind of interacts together, at least for presidential elections. Is that kind of a similar sentiment on state level elections?
Yeah, and that's
certainly. Oh, go ahead.
Go ahead.
I was just going to say, to echo David earlier, these elections don't, these state level elections don't really occur in isolation, right? So there are certainly demographic patterns. However, I would say that there are probably some idiosyncratic things and candidate based phenomenon and popularity of certain particular candidates or charisma, or like I said, Mark Kelly is a pretty unique candidate and very popular in Arizona, which can be a pretty red state. So yes and no, to answer your question.
Yeah, and I mentioned the models earlier. One of the things that 538 did differently in 2016 and gave them slightly different results is that they took into account that things do move together in certain states, right? That they aren't completely independent events, that there is some linkage. I would caution about using these other results to project anything about Montana, because if there's any state that still does have independent voters, it's Montana. And so these broader trends have an influence, but not like they do in some other states. We started out talking about North Carolina, and just quickly, there's a competitive Senate race there as well. And as you mentioned, Sheridan, these Senate races are important because they could tip the balance of partisan power, right? That we could have a different partisan majority in the U.S. Senate, which would be very meaningful for things like judicial appointments and counteracting a Republican president if you have a Republican president. But in that Senate race, we have the Republican incumbent Tom Tillis, and we have a strong challenger in the Democrat Cal Cunningham. Cunningham was ahead in the polls. Currently, he's running behind. 89% of precincts are reporting, and he's about a point behind. I don't know which precincts are reporting, but that's a very tight race currently.
Yeah, so we're having a lot of results roll in. At least the New York Times has Montana at 13%. And so we'll take a quick break and hopefully have some more results for you, as well as chat about some of those other issues and races on the Montana ballot.
And this will be a bit of a longer break, I think, for about maybe 10 minutes, I think. So there'll be a countdown. Tell you all. Oh, not yet. Yes.
I think our big break is in about 15, but
sorry about that.
No,
okay.
You're good. We will let you know, but we'll see you soon.
Okay.
We know we don't look
like most nurses you've met.
But when, as a single mom, I needed to ensure a secure future for my son.
And I wanted to save lives. And we both wanted to serve our people.
We enrolled in the Montana State University College of Nursing's Caring for Our Own program.
At MSU, I received training that allows me to return to my Salish and Kootenai home.
And lets me work in the Northern Cheyenne Public Health Clinic.
We practice advanced healthcare techniques
to treat current and future generations.
At Montana State University, we learn to heal and strengthen our communities.
My mission as a professor in the Jake Jabs College of Business and Entrepreneurship at Montana State University is to train students how to take their passionate ideas from elevator pitch.
We want to build an app that completely eliminates scalping and fraud from the ticket buying experience.
Ascent Montana is here for good. We are a lifestyle brand that gives back to our U.S. military.
To product, to people. We teach them to think outside the classroom and the traditional boardroom so they can innovate, inspire, and accomplish their ultimate goal: success.
Some people look surprised when I tell them I study engineering. But at Montana State University, I'm part of a community of dynamic women engineers who empower me to pursue my dreams. Here I've learned from women who have overcome barriers, pioneered new career paths, and led groundbreaking research. In our classrooms and labs, my professors and mentors give me the skills I need to succeed in the complex career I have chosen. After I graduate, our global network of successful alumni will continue to be there for me with advice and support. MSU teaches me to think outside expectations so I can shape the future of engineering for women and the world.
You can find the heart of Montana in our small towns. I grew up in one. In Big Sky Country, we have more rural schools than any other state in the USA. When I went off to college, I chose Montana State University. I knew that's where I'd learn how to be a successful teacher for my children lucky enough to grow up here. MSU understands the small town traditions of independence, hard work, and determination that create quality education across Montana. In small towns, we all look out for one another. Here, I have everything I could want for my career: great kids, caring people, and Montana State University.
Welcome back. We are chatting about all of those all of those races here in Montana, and those things that we're seeing on the ballot as precincts continue to report in. But let's take a look on the wider scale at the presidential race. What are things looking like so far, Dr. Riley?
Well, we see a close race in Texas, but again, it depends on which votes are being counted at this point. The same thing in Ohio, though Trump has opened up a lead of a couple 100,000 votes there and seems to be pulling away a little bit in Ohio. We think it's interesting that nobody has called Florida yet, though the vote has gone toward Trump over the last couple hours. David noticed an issue in North Carolina that we should talk about as well.
Yeah, so North Carolina, apparently one of the counties, there was a mistake in the numbers reported by the New York Times, and it looks like the margin there is being padded by 40,000 votes for Donald Trump. So the North Carolina, which is close, is actually a bit closer. In fact, actually right now, it shows Donald Trump at 49.9% and Joe Biden with 48.9%. And I'm wondering if that correction has been made in those votes. I also know that there was a water main break in a place in Georgia with the county absentee ballots, which might delay some results coming out of Georgia until tomorrow. That's rather unfortunate. And of course, Arizona is leaning towards Biden at the particular moment.
Wow, I don't know about you, but it seems like the misfortunes of 2020 just keep adding on to the funny things, whether it's a water break and a ballot reporting place. But let's tune back into the Montana ballot. We've talked about the governor, the Senate race, and the the House representative race just a little bit, and we can add to those. But who else are we seeing on the ballot? We've got Attorney General, and I think the last time we got an update was we had Graybill was leading in that race. Yeah, let's jump right in there.
Yes, by about 11 points. And of course, OPI, we have the race there, 56, almost 57% for Melissa Romano, the Democratic candidate, and Elsie Arntzen, the Republican candidate, at about 40% of the vote. We're getting votes are trickling in. We have your home county of Pend Oreille County. We've got results in from there. I do want to put this in context. Again, 88% of the precincts in Pend Oreille County. Pend Oreille County, of course, is Conrad. It is a rural county in Montana. Dane's getting 64% of the vote out there. That's not good for Democrats. So here's why. John Tester won that county 52-43. So again, it looks like the Republicans are expanding their margins in rural counties from what we're seeing so far. And unless Democrats overwhelm with big margins in the cities, that's not a particularly good sign. You look at the strength of Steve Bullock and John Tester, is they don't win rural counties, but they keep it competitive. And that's I would expect that number to be a little bit closer if Steve Bullock's going to pull out a win here. And certainly that's what you're seeing in the other races as well. That the rural counties are giving larger margins for Republicans.
And I think that Pend Oreille was one of those mail-in only counties, was it? Or am I just?
I don't recall the list off the top of my head. I have to go in.
That's okay. Well, I thought I saw a thing on my absentee ballot last week, but cool stuff. So we've got Attorney General, and remind me, okay, I know what like the governor and the senators do, but Attorney General, remind me of his job. I know it's got something to do with laws.
Well, the Attorney General basically represents the state in lawsuits and basically also acts as the chief law enforcement officer in the state. Also runs effectively the Division of Motor Vehicles here in the state. So you get your license, that's under the responsibility of the Attorney General's office. Let's look at our maybe our poll numbers from the Treasure State poll, Eric. What are our poll numbers in the Treasure State poll? Tell us a little bit about some of these races and what we learned from the Treasure State poll to help us better understand the races that are unfolding this evening.
So we've talked about the governor's race and the fact that our poll showed Gianforte leading Cooney 47-42%. There were a lot of don't know voters. 7% responded they didn't know at that point in time. And again, we were in the field in primarily late September with this poll. We attribute that large number of don't knows to, on the one hand, Mike Cooney not having the same name recognition that some other politicians do in the state, despite the fact that he is lieutenant governor, and to the fact that Greg Gianforte's approval wasn't particularly high. Of all the public officials about whom we asked, he had the lowest public approval. You see a lot of people saying that he's not particularly well liked, and so there are some Republicans who aren't sure about him. We also found throughout our results that independents were taking positions on issues and in terms of how they intended to vote that were more like Democrats. And of course, for Democrats to win in Montana, they need that to happen, right? They need to capture a good part of those independents because there are more Republicans than Democrats in the state. We don't have formal numbers of that because you don't have to register with a party in the state of Montana, which is relatively rare. But through a number of different sources of information, we have a good sense that there are definitely more Republicans than Democrats in the state. So we have that large percentage of people saying they didn't know. In the case of the governor's race, overall, it was in the margin of error for the poll. And other polls that looked at that race generally showed a small lead for Gianforte, but it seemed to be that lead seemed to be closing toward the end of the campaign period. So it was getting closer. And we saw that with polls about the presidential race in Montana as well. So we had single digits, a 7-point lead for Trump, but the aggregators were showing something more like 4 or 5 points by the end.
Interesting. So I guess we'll see how everything turns out as we close out our evening. I mean, I know we probably won't know everything till tomorrow, but well, we're here till 11, so we'll keep talking. But with that, let's take another look at the national level. Dr. Gunther, are there any updates on the presidential election? How are things looking?
Yeah, well, so one place that I'm looking right now is Texas. So, in the race, obviously, between Biden and President Trump in Texas. So I'm comparing the current returns to the returns from 2018, where Beto O'Rourke ran against Ted Cruz. And so this was pretty significant because for, a while now, Democrats have been sort of saying that Texas might be turning purple. And certainly in 2018, Beto O'Rourke did manage to get much more, he was much more popular with voters than expected. He closed the margin, I should say, with Ted Cruz, more so than expected. And so it's curious to see what the trends are. If we look outside of Austin, there's 3 counties kind of surrounding Austin: Hays, Travis, and Williamson. So back in 2018, Beto O'Rourke won Williamson by 50.8, Travis by 74.3, that's actually where Austin is, and Hays by 57.2. So he had sizable leads in those 3 counties around Austin. If we look at where Biden is right now in those 3 counties, we have in Williamson, he's 50.5. So he's trailing Beto's margins by 0.3%. So he's close, but still under. In Travis, he's at 73%. So that's about a little over a percentage point under Beto O'Rourke's margin. And then in Hays, he has 55. So that's about 2% under Beto O'Rourke's margins from 2018. So it's interesting because if we were, I guess a lot of Democrats were sort of wondering about Texas this year and whether it would turn blue and continue this trend. And certainly there were a lot of new registered voters in Texas, I think over 1 million since 2018. It's looking a little bit like Biden's not really living up to Beto O'Rourke's margins from 2018. But again, 90%-ish of the precincts reporting, there's maybe a little bit of room to grow. We'll see.
And so you mentioned there's a lot more voters this cycle than the last one. Is that just more people are politically engaged? Is there an population increase in Texas from other parts of the country?
Yes, surely it's a variety of factors. So for one thing, new voters are turning of age, right? They're turning 18 and they're able to vote. So some of the new registered voters are just are registering because they've turned 18. And then, there's some demographic shifts. People are moving to urban areas in Texas and registering to vote. I think that's why people were sort of projecting that the new registered voters would be Democratic because of the influx of people to urban areas in Texas, like Austin and Houston. But if we think back to what we were talking about with respect to the 2016 election, one of the things that was really surprising then that we didn't really see coming was the fact that new people were turning out to vote for Trump too, right? So it might be a little bit, misleading to just assume that new registered voters are going to be Democrats because they're young or because they're living in urban areas.
Right. Important things to consider there. Is there anything else on the national level we want to hit before we come back to Montana? Or
Well, over in Pennsylvania, right, we don't know if we're getting many results tonight, but Erie County is one of those pivot counties that we looked at. This is one of those Obama to Trump counties. Right now, the results are showing a pretty substantial lead for Donald Trump in Erie County. However, in Erie County, they actually reported the election day votes first, and apparently there is about 21,000 mail ballots that are going to be coming in at 11 p.m. So look at Erie County to kind of see if that pivot county switches perhaps in the other direction for Joe Biden. We got some more results coming in here. I do want to talk about Carter County here in Montana, which is where Ecolak is. It's in the far southeastern corner of the state. We have 100% of the precincts reporting there. Now, this is a very rural county, super, super Republican. To no surprise, 89% of the vote for Steve Daines, 11% of the vote for Steve Bullock. Let me just tell you, John Tester got 16% of the vote out of there, and Matt Rosedale got 81% of the vote. So again, we have another area here where the rural vote seems to be trending even more for the Republicans, and the race is tightened up. So we had that 20-point advantage. Now it's 53% for Bullock, 47% for Steve Daines. We're going to see these rural counties come in, and we're going to see those margins get lower. We're probably going to see Steve Daines come up on top. The question is, when those big counties come in, those urban counties, are the margins large enough and the numbers large enough to shift that result around? In presidential election, we actually have Joe Biden up 49-48 here in Montana. Actually, it's tied at 49-49. It's really within 300 votes. Again, as those rural counties come in, it looks like we're going to see probably Donald Trump take the lead here pretty soon here in Montana.
Yeah, and Allison has noted that Madison County, too, has 100% precincts reporting, with Gianforte at 65% of the vote and Cooney at about 30% of the vote. So that's got Virginia City in it over there, near Dillon, but not quite, the Ruby Valley. But we will take a longer break now as we collect some more data and get some more results in. This one will be about a 10-minute break, so you'll have your normal about 4 minutes of commercials there, and then there will be a countdown timer. So if you also need to take a quick break, now's the time to do it, and we will be back with you in about 10 minutes.
We know we don't look
like most nurses you've met.
But when as a single mom, I needed to ensure a secure future for my son.
And I wanted to save lives. And we both wanted to serve our people.
We enrolled in the Montana State University College of Nursing's Caring for Our Own program.
At MSU, I received training that allows me to return to my Salish and Kootenai home.
And lets me work in the Northern Cheyenne Public Health Clinic.
We practice advanced healthcare techniques
to treat current and future generations.
At Montana State University, we learn to heal and strengthen our communities.
My mission as a professor in the Jake Jabs College of Business and Entrepreneurship at Montana State University is to train students how to take their passionate ideas from elevator pitch.
We want to build an app that completely eliminates scalping and fraud from the ticket buying experience.
Ascent Montana is gear for good. We are a lifestyle brand that gives back to our U.S. military.
To product, to people. We teach them to think outside the classroom and the traditional boardroom so they can innovate, inspire, and accomplish their ultimate goal: success.
Some people look surprised when I tell them I study engineering. But at Montana State University, I'm part of a community of dynamic women engineers who empower me to pursue my dreams. Here I've learned from women who have overcome barriers, pioneered new career paths, and led groundbreaking research. In our classrooms and labs, my professors and mentors give me the skills I need to succeed in the complex career I have chosen. After I graduate, our global network of successful alumni will continue to be there for me with advice and support. MSU teaches me to think outside expectations so I can shape the future of engineering for women and the world.
You can find the heart of Montana in our small towns. I grew up in one. In Big Sky Country, we have more rural schools than any other state in the USA. When I went off to college, I chose Montana State University. I knew that's where I'd learn how to be a successful teacher for my children lucky enough to grow up here. MSU understands the small town traditions of independence, hard work, and determination that create quality education across Montana. In small towns, we all look out for one another. Here, I have everything I could want for my career: great kids, caring people, and Montana State University.
When I was a film student at Montana State University, I learned to create the unexpected. So when I directed my first feature documentary about a 3,000-mile ride on wild horses, I naturally turned to my MSU family for help. I knew they would have what it takes to get the job done. Together we created Unbranded. At Montana State University, nothing is impossible.
At Montana State University, we build real satellites for NASA. To most people, the MSU campus looks like this, but to me, it now looks like this. Our satellite has orbited the Earth over 5,000 times, advancing technology throughout the world. We work together, we shape the future.
They once called Antarctica a dead continent, but I was part of a team from Montana State University that proved them wrong. We pulled tons of gear on skis 600 miles so we could drill through 800 meters of ice into a subglacial lake no one had ever seen before. And in that hidden world, we found life. At Montana State University, we lead the way to new frontiers.
Hello all and welcome back from our bit of our extended break there. I hope you got a nice drink, a bathroom break, or at least a bite to eat, because I know I did. And here we are back again analyzing election results and taking a look at what we have going so far in, I know I've heard the word unprecedented describe 2020 quite a bit. And I think it's a little bit overused, but I think it's also accurate. So let's take a look at what we know so far here in the national election. Are there more states reporting? I know that the polls just closed on the West Coast here at the top of the hour. So what are we seeing, Dr. Gunther?
Yeah, so basically we saw right off the bat, California, Oregon, and Washington have been called for Biden. So probably not too surprising to folks, as those states tend to lean pretty strongly Democrat. And so those are adding quite a number of electoral college votes to Biden's total. But as Eric was saying earlier during our break, Biden's right now, as the totals stand, we have 188 electoral college votes for Biden and 114 for Trump. But a lot of the states that we knew were going to go to Biden have gone to Biden. And now he's still got to make up the rest of the difference to 20 or to 270 if he wants to have a chance at winning this race. So so we'll see.
Even if you go with the New York Times numbers, and they've got 205 electoral votes for Biden, he needs 65 more to win. And so where do those come from? Maybe Minnesota, but that's where you need to get Wisconsin, Michigan involved. You're still not there, right? It looks right now like Biden has a large lead, but he's got the big states that we knew he would have, and he needs to pick up some of those other states that Trump won in 2016.
Well, what starts to happen here, and this is that's
a question for you.
Seems like we're getting some technical difficulties here from Dr. Gunther. What was your question?
Oh, I was just going to say, that's a good question for Eric. Why do you suppose, what's the difference between the New York Times returns and the Washington Post returns? Do you know?
Yeah, they're just calling states at different points. And they both called California, Oregon, and Washington. So I don't know where the discrepancy is, but there's a state there somewhere that they've called differently, apparently, or a couple.
One of the things that was clear in terms of the polls, right? Trump very much was the underdog, which is an unusual situation for an incumbent president. It looked like the table was going to be set for Joe Biden. But here's the thing. We don't have Florida called. We don't have Georgia called. We don't have North Carolina called. But the results seem to be in Donald Trump's favor. We win all of those. That means Donald Trump is pretty set up. Where does he go to get those votes? But then he's got to start cleaning up the map. He's got to win Texas. He's got to win Pennsylvania. He's got to basically repeat his performance of 2016. But the problem is, from Biden's perspective, he's at 205. The 65 votes can be hard to get. Without Pennsylvania, it's going to be Arizona, and then maybe picking up an electoral college vote in Nebraska, picking up the electoral college votes in Maine, and then it becomes very, very hard moving forward. But what's interesting is we have so little called at this point, and I suspect a big part of that is out in the mail votes and the difficulty counting all those votes in a timely fashion.
And the worst case scenario here is that everything comes down to Pennsylvania, because they've had all kinds of troubles with their election laws and challenges and processing. I think most people are hoping that doesn't happen. And I've talked about how we could have a mess in some of those other Rust Belt, the upper Midwest kinds of states as well. And so if you look at Michigan, for example, the polls closed at 9 p.m. Eastern, but they're estimating that it's going to take until Friday to count all of the ballots in Michigan. They passed a law that said that they could do some limited early processing of those early mail-in votes, but they could not start counting them until tonight. And so they just started counting. It's going to take a while for them to get through all those votes. And the Secretary of State said, yeah, it's probably going to be Friday by the time we get to all of those. Michigan is also one of Yeah.
I'm going to stop you real quick. So you said processing and counting. How do you process a ballot without counting it?
So there's a number of steps that they have to take so that they can take the ballot out, make sure that it's in a privacy envelope, for example, make sure that the signatures match, and then they don't count what's actually on the ballot. So it actually saves a lot of time to be able to process. And Michigan has 41% of the vote counted now. So they were able to do some of those things, and that definitely helped. But it's going to take a while. And something we haven't talked about is that Michigan is one of the states, and they all happen to be swing states, that have had mail slowdowns. And so there were concerns about whether ballots would get to where they needed to be on time. We've seen court cases. And I should say that usually the states have broad leeway in setting their election rules. Normally the federal government has very little involvement, but we've seen some of these cases go up to the federal circuit courts. We've seen the Supreme Court get involved in some instances, like North Carolina. And so, but the mail slowdowns have been in places like Michigan, Pennsylvania, Georgia, Wisconsin, and in Michigan in particular, they were worried about Detroit. So we have all of those legal kinds of issues. In the state of Minnesota, which is another one of these states that's expected to go to Biden this time, ballots have to be postmarked by today, and they have to be received by November 10th. So there's a whole week here that they could receive those. They could begin processing early. But where things get potentially messy in Minnesota is that the federal circuit court said anything that arrives after today set aside in case later we have to disqualify those. And so we could be looking at weeks of legal challenges if it comes down to those Rust Belt states again. And the Trump campaign has focused on talking about legal challenges in those very states because they felt like if it's a close race, it'll come down to those.
There was also a decision by a federal judge that required the post offices to sweep their offices for any ballots to make sure to get those in. And I think Michigan was one of those states that was mentioned in that particular lawsuit. So yeah, we could be counting ballots for a very, very long time moving forward. I haven't seen any results on the marijuana initiative. Has anyone else seen that? Looks like right now, the constitutional initiatives are leading 61-39 in Montana.
Yeah, so this is on those ballot measures here in Montana. We've got a constitutional initiative for marijuana, and then a couple other as far as just some kind of amendment things, some language, and then a concealed carry one as well. So, Dr. Riley, did you ask about these in your poll as well? What are we expecting here?
Now, so we just asked about marijuana, and we didn't want to complicate things too much. As it turns out, there are two initiatives on the ballot related to marijuana. One is a constitutional initiative that says we would amend the Constitution to allow the state to set a legal age for marijuana. And then the other one would allow for recreational use of marijuana. And in order for it to really pass, both of those need to pass. But we just asked about support or opposition generally. We presumed people would vote the same way on both of those measures. We'll probably have some vote differently on them, but it would be unusual. We didn't ask about the gun initiative, and the interpretation of that is that a yes vote would remove local government authority to regulate the carrying of permitted concealed weapons. I've seen more advertising about that one than I anticipated, and so it is an interesting initiative. The other two were really sort of housekeeping kinds of measures to clean up some legal complications.
Yes.
The interesting thing, if you looked at that question on the legalization of marijuana in the Treasure State poll, we saw basically it leading by 10 points, 49-39, but there was don't knows that could have swung it really the other way. But right now, it looks like about a 20-point lead for yes. But the other thing that was interesting, independents overwhelmingly supported, Democrats overwhelmingly supported. It was only Republicans that didn't support it, but even 30% of Republicans supported it. And most people, different demographics supported it. So I'm fairly confident that it will pass. Then, of course, it'll be up to the legislature to put in place a framework for how that's going to look moving forward.
Okay, interesting. There's definitely a lot of things to look at. I'm just trying to keep our eyes on all of it. And luckily we have Allison in our analysis room, and she's got some more updates on Montana votes that we can talk about. But we can also chat about a little bit more about that Rust Belt. What do you think is the important thing right now?
Well, if we want to go back to Montana, we have, it looks like, about maybe 32% of the votes in. We have some early results from Yellowstone County. I hesitate to talk about those results because it's only 16% of Yellowstone County. So, I mean, right now, Steve Daines is leading in Yellowstone County, but again, it's only 16%. I'm not comfortable talking about those results yet. We just got our first results from Valley County, 67%. So Valley County is another rural county up in the northeastern part of the state. And looks like, again, Daines is leading there 70 to 30%. Again, that's with 67% reporting. So we're seeing those rural counties where Bullock has been peeling off a certain number of votes. We're seeing he's not getting quite the margins out of there that we've seen in the past. And sure enough, that's led to that race tightening up with Steve Bullock of 51% of the vote and Steve Daines. And in fact, actually, we're showing in the House race a slight lead for Matt Rosendale. We're seeing, a neck and neck race between Cooney and Gianforte. But Republicans are starting to pick up and lead on all the down ballot races as well. One thing I want to kind of talk about a little bit for viewers is understand the dynamics of a Senate race versus a House race and some of the other races. The Senate race, first of all, it's been a $173 million race. I mean, that is crazy. And we want to go back and compare that to 2018. That was an expensive Senate race of $70 million. So we're talking about 2.5 times. The candidates themselves raised over $60 million. And Steve Bullock outraised Steve Daines by about $10 million. So the advertisements, the mailers have been absolutely everywhere. But the one thing that's important about Senate races is that's one place where a candidate can really shine in terms of their characteristics and kind of step away a little bit from their partisan affiliation. House races and these other races, these down ballot races, is a lot harder. So one of the things that I kind of expected going into the night is that the Democrats have a chance. It might be in that Senate race and it might be in that House race, but the Republicans should do a pretty good job on those down ballot races. Why? Because people default to their partisanship. And there tends to be more Republicans and independents that lean a little bit conservative as a result. So certainly that's happening in those results as we're seeing them reported right now.
Totally. Anything else to add there on those Montana races or? Yeah, so on the national level, Joe Biden has been called in New Hampshire, and we're seeing some pretty interesting. I'm just so interested by this like big map that I have up here of all of the things going on.
If you look at New Hampshire, first of all, that's my home state. That's where I grew up. I grew up in New Hampshire, so I know New Hampshire pretty well. Frankly, Biden winning the state is not a surprise. New Hampshire has been a swing state, but it's become much more Democratic. Why? Because of folks moving in from Massachusetts, which is a much more Democratic state, turning the state a bit blue. If you go, I'm looking right now at the results in New Hampshire, and I do not see the results from my hometown of Londonderry have not been reported. Londonderry should be a pretty Republican county. But if you go over to Durham, the college town, those results haven't been reported either. So Joe Biden absolutely has to win New Hampshire. He won New Hampshire. And Donald Trump did play a little bit in New Hampshire. He did well in the New Hampshire primary in 2016. Sure, state, and it looks like it has gone overwhelmingly Democratic as expected.
So looking at this map again, it seems like a lot of those kind of upper Midwest states, Dr. Riley, that you mentioned were pretty important, are kind of at the lowest levels of reporting. And if you already mentioned this, I'm sorry, but are they some of the ones that have mail-in ballots later? And that's just kind of how that's ended up, or?
The laws completely differ from one of those states to the next, and so it depends on which one you want to talk about. But overall, they tended to have laws that kept them from counting ballots early, and so they weren't able to compile those numbers, and so it's going to take a little while until we have final numbers in those states. And it's very, very well possible that we aren't going to know who won in the presidential race for a few days as a result.
Absolutely. And do you think that's where, will the legal challenges come in right away, or with after those have been counted?
I think they'll wait to see what happens to some extent. They'll probably be able to project how those later ballots will go, and so they may try to get into the legal system. But certainly, I think they have lawsuits fired up and ready to go whenever.
Yes, I bet. Well, we're still getting those reports covered, and we'll probably take a closer dive into those Montana races here on the ballot. We talked a little bit about those initiatives, but we'll take another quick break and be back soon.
My mission as a professor in the Jake Jabs College of Business and Entrepreneurship at Montana State University is to train students how to take their passionate ideas from elevator pitch.
We want to build an app that completely eliminates scalping and fraud from the ticket buying experience.
Ascent Montana is gear for good. We are a lifestyle brand that gives back to our U.S. military.
To product, to people. We teach them to think outside the classroom and the traditional boardroom so they can innovate, inspire, and accomplish their ultimate goal: success.
We know we don't look
like most nurses you've met.
But when, as a single mom, I needed to ensure a secure future for my son,
And I wanted to save lives. And we both wanted to serve our people.
We enrolled in the Montana State University College of Nursing's Caring for Our Own program.
At MSU, I received training that allows me to return to my Salish and Kootenai home.
And lets me work in the Northern Cheyenne Public Health Clinic
We practice advanced healthcare techniques
to treat current and future generations.
At Montana State University. We learn to heal and strengthen our communities.
You can find the heart of Montana in our small towns. I grew up in one. In Big Sky Country, we have more rural schools than any other state in the USA. When I went off to college, I chose Montana State University. I knew that's where I'd learn how to be a successful teacher for my children lucky enough to grow up here. MSU understands the small-town traditions of independence, hard work, and determination that create quality education across Montana. In small towns, we all look out for one another. Here, I have everything I could want for my career: great kids, caring people, and Montana State University.
Some people look surprised when I tell them I study engineering. But at Montana State University, I'm part of a community of dynamic women engineers who empower me to pursue my dreams. Here I've learned from women who have overcome barriers, pioneered new career paths, and led groundbreaking research. In our classrooms and labs, my professors and mentors give me the skills I need to succeed in the complex career I have chosen. After I graduate, our global network of successful alumni will continue to be there for me with advice and support. MSU teaches me to think outside expectations so I can shape the future of engineering for women and the world.
All right, so we are checking in with all of these results across the nation and chatting a lot about what Montana looks like tonight. And before we get into an update on results just yet, let's talk a little bit about how Montana is kind of different, or what's important to win an election in Montana, Dr. Parker?
Well, first of all, if you kind of look at Montana, it tends to vote Republican in federal, national presidential elections, but Democrats have fared reasonably well here in state races. And so how do Democrats pull it off in a state that, for example, Donald Trump won by 20% in 2016? And the answer is the magic recipe for Democratic candidates goes like this. One, they get their base is overwhelmingly behind them. So they get 96, 97% of their base vote. The next, so it's base. The second part is plus. That plus are independent voters. They have to win independent voters by a substantial margin. So one of the things that we saw in the Treasure State poll is that, Steve Bullock, for example, was leading among independents by, roughly about 15, 20 points. So that's about the margin you're going to see among independents. And the final piece of the equation is the other plus is you got to pull off some Republican voters. So, if you look at 2012, when Rehberg ran against John Tester, who was the incumbent Democratic senator at the time, Denny Rehberg lost about 8, 9, 10% of Republican voters. And you saw, again, Rosendale losing in 2018, the Republican candidate losing about 8, 9% of the vote. So if you see those Republican defections, that's another way that Democrats can win. So it's base plus plus, getting those independents and getting those Democrats all for you, and then getting some defections from Republicans. The other thing is Democrats run up the margins in the urban corridor in Montana. So former Governor Brian Schweitzer, Democratic governor, used to basically talk about the boot in Montana. So the boot basically goes from Yellowstone County over to Park County, Gallatin County, and Bozeman, up to Lewis and Clark County, and of course with Butte, Silver Bow there, and then covering a little bit of Missoula as well in Lake County. So that urban corridor there, and Cascade County as well. For Democrats to do well, they got to basically win Cascade. They got to win those Lewis and Clark County with big numbers, Gallatin, Missoula. And they got to keep it pretty even in Yellowstone. They don't have to win Yellowstone, but they got to make it pretty close. So that's kind of the recipe for victory for Democrats, because Republicans do very, very well in rural areas. And typically the best Democratic candidates pull, let's say, an extra 5, 6 points out of those rural counties. So they don't win those rural counties, but maybe they get 34% of the vote instead of 28% of the vote. So the one trend that's very interesting that we're seeing tonight in the rural counties that are coming in is that those margins are shrinking. The vote margins are getting bigger. So Republicans are doing really well in these rural areas, and Bullock is underperforming relative to his own performance in 2016 and John Tester's performance in 2018. The only way that they can sustain that is if they blow out bigger margins in those urban counties and they get more votes out of those urban counties. But right now, that's creating a very, very tight race, the Senate race. Other trend that's really interesting that we're observing tonight is the other candidates for statewide office are running behind Steve Bullock. So that's a problem for those other, if you're a Democrat, for those other races, that's probably spells that they're going to lose. And that might mean that the only Democratic candidate that might be able to pull this off tonight would be Steve Bullock.
Wow, lots of moving parts there. And so with that, you mentioned base plus plus. So that means, like, I'm just going to reiterate, your base voters. So if you're Republican, then you're Republicans, and then those independents, and then the defections from the alternate party. And Dr. Riley mentioned earlier that independents, if any state is still pretty independent, it would be Montana. So what is the role of independents, Dr. Gunther?
Yeah, well, so there are really two things to think about when we think about, first we want to ask ourselves who are independent voters. So when we think about independent voters, it's really, they're kind of like two things we think about. In some cases, these voters are what we call closeted partisans. So that's basically a term that means these voters will say they're independent and certainly think independently, but just kind of turns out that when they do vote, they vote very consistently along party lines. So, you know, their values are really aligning with certain parties, even though that they say that they are independents. And then there's another group of independent voters that, you know, may just not have that much time or interest in politics. And so they don't really align with one party or the other. They don't really keep track of what the parties are for or against. And, you know, when it comes down to elections, if they're voting, they will kind of just go with the information they have and make sort of an independent judgment then and there. So these are what we would probably target as the kind of more persuadable independent voters, as opposed to the closeted partisans I mentioned. And interestingly, with the closeted partisans, there's a recent study that suggests that kind of links this, that links closeted partisans to polarization, in the sense that the increasing affective polarization or animosity between the two parties and the sort of acrimonious rhetoric between the two parties, going back and forth. And if we think of, you know, negative ads, that really turns people off, you know? And so they're in some ways just preferring not to identify as one party or another, even if they do vote along party lines when they're looking at their ballot. So yeah, and another thing to think about, particularly a healthy number of independent voters. And sorry,
I said we're losing you again. Can you repeat that?
Sorry. Yeah, so here in Montana, we have a healthy number of independent voters. And I think a lot of people really just, rather than go by, you know, party straight up and down the ballot, they are really looking at who the candidates are representing each party and whether they relate to them, whether they share their values. And it's much more of a candidate-based decision rather than a party-based decision when they're looking at their ballot.
So with that, is that seemingly a uniquely Montana thing, or does that kind of seem to happen in rural areas where there might be less separation between you and your representative?
That's a good question. I don't know if it's uniquely Montanan, but certainly probably more of a Mountain West phenomenon. I don't know. What do you think, Eric or David?
One of the things that we know about senators versus congresspeople in smaller rural states like Montana is that members of the public are much more likely to go to their senator for assistance and help than they would to their congressperson. Now, why? That's because people feel they have just as equal access to the senator as they do the congressperson, and that senator has a lot more clout. If you kind of extrapolate out a little bit, the other thing you realize that in a state like Montana with just over 1 million people, right, we have access to our senators in a way that you don't really have in a state like California. So we get to know them, we get to see them, we get to touch them. I mean, I've run into, just at random, Steve Daines here in Bozeman at a sushi joint. I've run into John Tester at a breakfast place here in town, just totally at random. And that's not an unusual occurrence. That's not going to happen in California. You're not going to run into Dianne Feinstein out of the blue. So I think as a result of that, we can get a measure of the individual in a way that you can't really do in other states. So in that case, you might say, well, my party might be Democrat, but I've met Steve Daines and I understand Steve Daines and he seems like a good fellow. So even though I don't agree with him on a host of issues, I'm going to go ahead and vote for him, and vice versa with John Tester. So I think that personal connection is still something that's really important. The one thing I certainly have missed during the pandemic is having that access to our candidates. And I've missed the big rallies and all those other things because of the inability for me in particular to go out and to go to those rallies and enjoy them because of the risk of getting COVID-19.
Right. Cool. Well, thanks for answering that question. I suppose we can probably pivot back to independent voters if there's anything left that you'd like to discuss there, Dr. Riley.
Yeah, I'd like to build on some of the things that Sarah had said. She mentioned this term cross-pressured earlier. We used to think about independent voters as being cross-pressured. So certain issues push them in the direction of Democrats, some issues push them in the direction of Republicans, and so they had to decide which of those issues was more important to them. Now, there's good evidence over the last few years that political partisanship is being seen as more of a social identity. So it's something that's socialized into us. It isn't something that's subject to as much thought, right? We're not thinking about policy positions as much. And Sarah mentioned this idea of affective polarization, which is where we're driven by dislike of the other more than we're driven by the fact that we like our own party. And we're certainly seeing a lot of evidence of that being the case. When we're done telling the story of tonight, over the next few weeks, I think that's going to be an important part of this, right? That animosity is driving some of the results that we're seeing. But so Sarah also mentioned that we have, there's this idea of the myth of the independent voter. And the reason we think that might be the case in lots of places throughout the United States is that we've had this great sort or this alignment where people have sorted clearly into the Republican and Democratic parties. The other independents in most states, people who say they're independent, appear to be saying that because they think it's not cool to be a partisan. And so they're basically saying it because it's more cool to claim that you're independent. We think independents in Montana may be different. We're gathering evidence. We'll be able to answer that question to see if they truly are different for independents in other states. We do think they may be doing things like splitting their vote on purpose more than we're seeing in other parts of the country where that has largely disappeared. And that's something to watch in this gubernatorial race in Montana as well. If you think about Montana, we've had Democratic governors for the last 16 years, so we haven't had a Republican governor. We have generally had Republican majorities in the state House and Senate. And so we have often had divided government. Now, the question is, if people are voting for Greg Gianforte, are they voting for their local Democratic representative or senator? So they're trying to create a divided government situation where the legislature is controlled by one party and the governor by another. I think there's some evidence that they've done that in the past in the state of Montana. We haven't had unified Republican government in the state for quite a while, and I think that has some big implications for policymaking if that's the way things end up here.
One of the things that I think is fairly true about Democrats here when they win statewide in Montana is they have to be incredibly gifted candidates to deal with the fact that they've got the partisan deck stacked against them. They've got to be very good at what they do. One of the things that has been really apparent in this particular Senate race that is of note is, and this is also a strategy that's been used in other Senate races around the country, is that Steve Daines in particular in the race in a lot of the advertising has basically been trying to suggest that Steve Bullock is a socialist, is very much like the National Democratic Party. And this is the same kind of strategy that Republicans use in general, is to basically take the individual that you know and say, well, really, when they get there, they're going to be different and they change. It's the strategy that Denny Greenberg used against Tester. It's the same strategy Matt Rosendale used against John Tester. The question here is, will that strategy work for Steve Daines against Steve Bullock? And certainly, I think one of the things we seem to be seeing throughout the night is that strategy of calling someone socialist and suggesting that you're going to get these extreme policies out there might be having some effect of really galvanizing Republican support. It seems to be galvanizing support in rural counties for Republican candidates here in Montana. And it seems to be that's decreasing that defection rate. Now, of course, some of these claims are crazy and they're just way out of whack, but nevertheless, they work. Whether they're based in reality or not, campaigns are going to use strategies that they think that work. And that's something as a political scientist that does disturb me a little bit, that I would prefer the claims made campaigns are based in, hard factual realities.
Absolutely. So lots of things going on, and I think we'll break here soon, but we are getting more results in from across Montana in Sweetgrass County with Big Timber, or up in Valley County, as well as some updates on the national scale. So we will circle back to that after this short break.
My mission as a professor in the Jake Jabs College of Business and Entrepreneurship at Montana State University is to train students how to take their passionate ideas from elevator pitch.
We want to build an app that completely eliminates scalping and fraud from the ticket buying experience.
Ascent Montana is here for good. We are a lifestyle brand that gives back to our U.S. military.
To product, to people. We teach them to think outside the classroom and the traditional boardroom so they can innovate, inspire, and accomplish their ultimate goal: success.
When I was a film student at Montana State University, I learned to create the unexpected. So when I directed my first feature documentary about a 3,000-mile ride on wild horses, I naturally turned to my MSU family for help. I knew they would have what it takes to get the job done. Together we created Unbranded. At Montana State University, nothing is impossible.
At Montana State University, we build real satellites for NASA. To most people, the MSU campus looks like this, but to me, it now looks like this. Our satellite has orbited the Earth over 5,000 times, advancing technology throughout the world. We work together, we shape the future.
You can find the heart of Montana in our small towns. I grew up in one. In Big Sky Country, we have more rural schools than any other state in the USA. When I went off to college, I chose Montana State University. I knew that's where I'd learn how to be a successful teacher for my children lucky enough to grow up here. MSU understands the small-town traditions of independence, hard work, and determination that create quality education across Montana. In small towns, we all look out for one another. Here, I have everything I could want for my career: great kids, caring people, and Montana State University.
Some people look surprised when I tell them I study engineering. But at Montana State University, I'm part of a community of dynamic women engineers who empower me to pursue my dreams. Here I've learned from women who have overcome barriers, pioneered new career paths, and led groundbreaking research. In our classrooms and labs, my professors and mentors give me the skills I need to succeed in the complex career I have chosen. After I graduate, our global network of successful alumni will continue to be there for me with advice and support. MSU teaches me to think outside expectations so I can shape the future of engineering for women and the world.
Okay, y'all. So as these results are pouring in, we're trying to keep you updated, and there's lots of things going on. But we'll take another look at the national level, and we've talked a lot about the presidential race and what these electoral college votes might be looking like. But Dr. Parker, let's take a look at the Senate races across the country. What are we seeing so far?
Well, so here's what we got. There was a lot of the models that we were seeing were showing Democrats pick up control of the Senate. We're not there yet at all. Let's just talk about the first race that the Republicans were expected to do well in. And of course, if you recall, there was a special Senate election in Alabama that the Democrats won shortly after Donald Trump became president. And that was Doug Jones had won that seat for the Democrats. Well, he's up for the full term or the remainder of the term. And it looks like here that Doug Jones, sure enough, was the most endangered Democrat and he lost re-election. So right there, the Democrats lost one seat. But in Colorado, former Governor John Hickenlooper beat the incumbent Republican Senator Cory Gardner. So that made it even. And if you go back over to Arizona, where Martha McSally, who had been appointed to complete a term, the Republican senator, she lost her re-election bid to Mark Kelly, the astronaut who is going to go to the U.S. Senate. So right now, we're sitting at a +1 for Democrats in the Senate. But man, everything is slow. The very competitive race in Maine was Susan Collins, the Republican incumbent. We have very little information there. I mean, it shows Collins is up 14, but we only have 24% of the vote in, so that's probably going to tighten up. Joni Ernst, the incumbent Republican senator from Iowa, which is a tight race, she's up 3 points with 67% in. We do know in Georgia that the special election is going to go between Kelly Loeffler, who is appointed, the Republican appointed to the seat, and Reverend Warnock, that was going to be is a Democratic candidate, and of course that runoff will be held in about I think in early January. Georgia's a little different. Georgia requires the candidates to get a majority of the vote. So and what happens is basically the top two candidates will move on, so no candidate in the special. There were many candidates who ended up getting the majority. So Warnock and Loeffler will fight, duke it out in the runoff election. We do not know yet the situation in the other seat where incumbent David Perdue, who is a Republican, is in a tight race for re-election. He's up by 9. North Carolina, another competitive race. Of course, apparently the North Carolina vote is fraught with problems and fraught with errors right now, plus mail ballots are going to come in later. The incumbent Republican Tillis is up by 1.8. But really, a lot of these Senate races, I expected to have a bit more clarity. We don't have much clarity at this point right now, but the only thing we know is the Democrats have picked up at least one seat at the moment.
So on kind of a state level, does the Senate seats, or like at least the Senate seat that is up for election during a presidential year, does that tend to follow the Electoral College votes or not? I know that Montana sometimes has that split thing with Democratic senators and whatnot, but how does that kind of work?
Well, so one of the long-standing scholars of congressional elections, Gary Jacobson, of course, Dr. Gunther probably knows quite well since she went to University of California, San Diego for Gary Jacobson, has studied the incumbency effect. And one of the incumbency effect basically works like this. I mean, is what is the percentage of the vote that an incumbent gets that's above and beyond the expected value of the Democrat or the Republican in the state? So in the case of John Tesser, a Democrat's going to get a normal Democrat state gets 40% of the vote. The incumbency advantage would be the additional vote that incumbent gets above the normal expectation of the party. One way to define that is to look at the presidential vote in the state as kind of the baseline for those candidates of that party, and what's the kind of the cushion above that the incumbent gets. And Gary Jacobson has studied this intensely, and he's found that basically the value of incumbency has declined markedly over the last 20, 30 years. So incumbents might have a 5 or 6, 7 point advantage, and maybe that's down to like 2 or 3 points now. Why? That goes back to something we were talking earlier about polarization, about the fact that individuals are now more likely to vote a straight party ticket. And the effect of that hurts those candidates from the other party that have that incumbency advantage. So what we're seeing tonight here, Colorado, right? Looks like Colorado was called for Joe Biden. Sure enough, the Republican incumbent was not able to hold that off. In Arizona, we saw that Mark Kelly, the Democrat, won and beat the incumbent Martha McSally. I would guess that probably might augur well for Biden to pick up Arizona if those results are consistent. Frankly, Montana is odd in this respect. We're one of the last bastions of that split ticket voting where incumbency seems to matter. And right now, in our tight Senate race with 51% reporting, 51% Steve Bullock, 48.9% Steve Daines. It's tight, tight, tight. In fact, the governor's race is super tight, and the House race is super tight. We got tight races all around.
Yeah, so will we know those tonight, do you think? I always keep asking that, but...
The big problem is Yellowstone County, if they're seriously going to stop counting votes by the time we get to midnight, we may not know. I did see a massive dump of votes here from Yellowstone County with 57% precincts reporting, and that's now Steve Daines is leading by 13 points in Yellowstone County. Generally speaking, it's hard for Democrats to do well if they don't, keep it close in Yellowstone County by three or 4 points. But again, remember, Yellowstone County is a big county, and I'm not sure which precincts are actually in there yet. But notice that Steve Bullock's gap, he's actually gotten a slightly larger lead. It looks like we have some, Gallatin County's in. So 91% of Gallatin County's in. And so our data analyst, Allison, asked, when are we going to get results from Gallatin County? Gallatin County is notorious for being late in its results. But it looks like we have 91% of the results in here for Gallatin County. And the results are breaking 57% for Steve Bullock, 43% for Steve Daines. Now, let's look at that in context of what we saw in the 2018 Senate election. And in that election, John Tester got 59% out of the county, whereas Matt Rosendale got only 37%. So
Can you repeat those numbers? I don't know.
Yes.
I'm not sure where you're seeing those Montana numbers, but what is Gallatin County reporting so far?
Gallatin County is reporting 91% of the vote is in.
Okay.
Steve Bullock has 57%. Steve Daines has 43%. Now, that is actually slightly less in terms of the percentages that came out of that county in 2018 in the Senate election, where John Tester got 59% and Matt Rosendale got 37%. So Steve Daines is outperforming Rosendale, but Bullock is a little bit behind John Tester. The overall vote in the state right now is 51% for Steve Bullock, 48% for Steve Daines. Now, what does that mean? Well, if 90% of the vote is in Missoula County, and we've got 91% of Gallatin County in, and 88% Lewis and Clark, there's still a lot of Yellowstone County outstanding. There's not a lot of places where Democrats are going to do really, really well. Maybe Cascade. Deer Lodge only has a few votes in, 14%, and we have nothing from Silverbow. So what we're going to probably see is that lead that's just gone up for Bullock is probably going to start to erode a little bit as we go further into the night.
Right. So you've talked a little bit about the incumbency advantage and how that might be decreasing some places, but it still might hold a little bit more of an advantage in Montana. But how does that matter? Like, so this Daines Bullock race, both of them are current office holders. And one of them is incumbent to the position that they're vying for, but the other one also has a fairly good track record in another position. How does that impact this race?
I think it nullifies the incumbent advantage. Because You're right, we kind of have two incumbents here. And it also depends on the issues. The one thing I think that is really interesting, looking at the landscape here, is that because of the pandemic, Steve Bullock has been thrust in the limelight, which is very unusual for a term-limited governor that's going out. And as a result, that means he's gotten a lot more media attention, and it's really hard for a senator to get quite the media attention and look like somebody doing something active in an emergency situation. And as a result, Steve Bullock is quite popular and very much in front of the public in a way that Steve Daines has not been. So it does potentially give him a little bit of an edge against an incumbent. And the other thing you have to remember about the incumbency advantage is that it takes time for that incumbency advantage to take hold. Steve Daines is running for the first time for re-election to that Senate race. That's the time when the incumbent tends to be the most vulnerable, because you know what? People still don't know a lot about the incumbent senator. If you think about Steve Bullock, not only has he been governor for 2 terms, he's also been the attorney general. So in that respect, I suspect people have a much firmer impression of Steve Bullock than they do Steve Daines, because remember that incumbent senator has little opportunity to actually get terribly well known.
Right. Huh.
I would just add, I would just add that I do totally agree that Bullock potentially benefits from being more in the public eye by virtue of being governor and responding to the pandemic state of emergency. However, it is, the reality is it is a very difficult issue and a very polarizing issue, how to respond to the pandemic, whether to keep the economy open or whether to, go on lockdown, determining whether to enforce a mask mandate or kind of leave it up to the individual. And so I wonder to what extent, Bullock is in the limelight, but at the same time, he's having to make difficult decisions that might just alienate some people.
And that kind of goes back to that affective polarization you were talking about, voting kind of against them because of what they've done. Interesting. Okay, well, there's lots of things going on here. Here as we check out the election, is there anything on the national scale that you want to mention, or here in Montana as votes are rolling in?
I've been talking about the upper Midwest, and Ohio now has a lot of the vote in, and Trump is, and we don't know which precincts those are exactly, but they have 88% of the vote in. Only about half the vote is in Michigan, Wisconsin, Minnesota, and so I wouldn't draw any conclusions in those states quite yet. Again, it's going to be a while until we know what those states. Same thing with Pennsylvania, where half of the vote is in. And a lot of people felt like it would come down to those states again and they would be last. And that's sort of what's panning out here.
I do have some interesting news. Fox News basically called Texas for President Trump. So again, we're seeing the path get easier for President Trump, harder for Joe Biden as the night goes on. Texas is close, but again, we're talking right now, the estimated vote, 52 for Donald Trump, 46 for Joe Biden. Texas hasn't gone blue yet. So again, the path for Donald Trump, we should see this 38 electoral college votes show up pretty quickly in the Donald Trump's column.
It seems to me, as I look at these maps of at least the states that have been called already, that at least for the ones that have been called already, it seems like it's pretty similar to the 2016 election. There isn't any flipped states yet. Was that anticipated, or?
Well, I mean, the national polling was showing Biden up by 8 points. And so far, right, you're right, we haven't seen anything flip. The closest right now that we see to flipping is Arizona, with 76% of the vote in, where it looks like Joe Biden's got about a 7-point lead, 8-point lead. And Dr. Gunther, you've been looking at Maricopa County. Do we have any updated results from Maricopa? So first, what I'm saying about Maricopa County. Maricopa County is the big kahuna. That is Phoenix. That's where all the people live. And it's typically a Republican county, but it's been trending Democratic. What have you been seeing out of Maricopa County?
That's right. Well, actually, I was going to add that I believe, correct me if I'm wrong, has Fox News called Arizona for Biden?
I don't know that. I know they called Texas for Biden. I don't see. The Economist model thinks that Arizona is going to go for Biden.
Yeah, maybe I just saw an errant tweet along those lines. Well, yeah. So Maricopa County is the, as you said, the big kahuna. That's where Phoenix is. It's literally 62% of Arizona's residents live in this county. So it's it's quite big. In 2016, President Trump carried Maricopa by 3 points, and that was a little bit lower than Mitt Romney's 11-point margin back in 2012. So, as Parker said, we've kind of seen a slow trend towards blue there.
According to our data specialist, Allison, Fox News is projecting a Biden win in Arizona.
Okay, that's what I thought,
so we've got some movement
Thanks,
there.
Allison.
So let's go back to what you said. Do we have anything that's flipping? Well, Arizona has flipped. And in fact, actually, it might be a margin that's bigger than the poll. So let's go back to one of the first things we talked about, the polling errors. Well, remember the polling errors in 2016 actually underestimated Democratic support in the Southwest. That might have been the case here in Arizona as well moving forward. But in terms, we don't have any new numbers here in Montana. It looks like we got 53% of the vote in. And we do have, by the way, Trump has taken the lead here in Montana by a little under 3 points.
And just so I make sure that I'm getting all my political science terminology right, when you're talking about points, that's the difference in percentage points, correct?
Correct. That's right.
Okay. Cool. Well, we will keep an eye on all of these things and I think head to a break soon. I just am so enthralled by all of this, but I'm sure we'll know eventually. But I think we'll head to a break and come back with some more details.
You can find the heart of Montana in our small towns. I grew up in one. In Big Sky Country, we have more rural schools than any other state in the USA. When I went off to college, I chose Montana State University. I knew that's where I'd learn how to be a successful teacher for my children, lucky enough to grow up here. MSU understands the small town traditions of independence, hard work, and determination that create quality education across Montana. In small towns, we all look out for one another. Here, I have everything I could want for my career: great kids, caring people, and Montana State University.
At Montana State University, we build real satellites for NASA. To most people, the MSU campus looks like this, but to me, it now looks like this. Our satellite has orbited the Earth over 5,000 times, advancing technology throughout the world. We work together, we shape the future.
My mission as a professor in the Jake Jabs College of Business and Entrepreneurship at Montana State University is to train students how to take their passionate ideas from elevator pitch.
We want to build an app that completely eliminates scalping and fraud from the ticket buying experience.
Ascent Montana is here for good. We are a lifestyle brand that gives back to our U.S. military.
To product, to people. We teach them to think outside the classroom and the traditional boardroom so they can innovate, inspire, and accomplish their ultimate goal: success.
When I was a film student at Montana State University, I learned to create the unexpected. So when I directed my first feature documentary about a 3,000-mile ride on wild horses, I naturally turned to my MSU family for help. I knew they would have what it takes to get the job done. Together we created Unbranded. At Montana State University, nothing is impossible.
Some people look surprised when I tell them I study engineering. But at Montana State University, I'm part of a community of dynamic women engineers who empower me to pursue my dreams. Here I've learned from women who have overcome barriers, pioneered new career paths, and led groundbreaking research. In our classrooms and labs, my professors and mentors give me the skills I need to succeed in the complex career I have chosen. After I graduate, our global network of successful alumni will continue to be there for me with advice and support. MSU teaches me to think outside expectations so I can shape the future of engineering for women and the world.
Hello all, thanks again for sticking with us through election night. We'll be here for about another hour as we discuss election results, and then we'll close up shop even if we don't have all those results in yet, because we need our sleep too. So heading back to Montana elections, we've talked a lot about the different races, and especially as the votes were beginning to roll in. And we talked a little bit about the initiatives on the ballot. Dr. Riley with the Treasure State poll and maybe just on the marijuana feelings on that. But let's talk a little bit about kind of initiatives in general, and we can bring it back to marijuana. But how do people make decisions on initiatives and referenda? There's no incumbency advantage there, is there?
Well, actually, there is an incumbency advantage. And what's that incumbency advantage? Which is typically initiatives are won by or lost, right? So very often the incumbent position is the status quo or no. So most times initiatives and referendums go up in flames because people, they don't understand, they don't know. It's easier to say, I'm just going to keep it the way it is. So the one thing that was interesting in our poll, let's go back, right? I said the legalization was winning by 10 points in the Treasure State poll, but we had a substantial amount of don't knows. And I did say that maybe those don't knows will all just go to the status quo and vote no. But that doesn't seem to be the case here in terms of the marijuana initiative. With 40% of the precincts reporting, it's winning by a healthy margin, 59 to 40. And the numbers are almost identical on the Initiative 190 and the Constitutional Initiative 118, although oddly enough, slightly more, and I'm talking just a little bit more, are voting for the Constitutional Initiative than the actual initiative to legalize marijuana. The other thing that's interesting, if you go back to that status quo position, the referendum on revising concealed carry laws, well, the status quo is no. Actually, no is winning. Interesting enough, the constitutional amendments are to clean up some signature changes. Those are passing, but those are largely just technical. I think people read them, they said they're fine, and they were uncontroversial. But on the constitutional, on the issue having to do with revising concealed carry laws at the local level, that actually right now in a close, only about 5 points right now. It's going to go down, it looks like.
Well, I guess we'll have to see how it all turns out. And so as this is happening, people are making decisions on referenda like that. And what about nonpartisan races? I know that we probably aren't going to get a big update on who is continuing in the Supreme Court of Montana, but how do people make decisions on that? Still kind of the same way?
People need cues to make decisions. One of the biggest cues is partisanship. So what happens when we remove partisanship from the ballot? You see what's called ballot roll-off. So a couple things that are interesting here in terms of ballot roll-off. Usually what happens is the richer the information environment, the more people stay around the vote. One of the things that helps in terms of the richness of the information environment is the competitiveness of the race, the amount of money that's spent on the race. The other thing that is really important too is if there's a partisan identification listed. If it's not listed, people jump out because they look for that cue. So in absence of this cue, there are other cues. The name of the person. Have they heard of it before? The problem with a lot of nonpartisan judges is that most of the time people might recognize the judge's name, but they don't recognize the challenger's name whatsoever. So generally speaking, this creates an advantage for the incumbency when it comes to judicial races and in nonpartisan races in general. There's also some gender biases, and also there's some biases that relate to race and ethnicity as well. Looks like our data analyst, Allison's got some news.
Yeah. Allison has mentioned that ABC News is projecting Trump as the winner of Ohio. I'm not sure where they're at. I think they're near 90% reporting. But what might this mean for the presidential election, Dr. Riley?
So if you look at the number of electoral votes, and New York Times has not called Arizona yet for Joe Biden, but even if we include that in his total, he's up to 220. It really looks like he may get Minnesota, but he'll need Wisconsin and Michigan. He doesn't have Ohio available to him. And this sort of nightmare scenario that I had talked about earlier of things coming down to Pennsylvania starts to look very real if that's the way things go.
And it's a nightmare just because we're going to have to wait a while for them to count their votes.
Because of that, and because there are a number of legal challenges pending, and the Trump campaign has said that they're ready to challenge the vote in Pennsylvania based on some of the election procedures.
Can you explain that just a little bit more? I guess I was won in the 2000 election, but how does that kind of process work? What grounds are there to challenge it, and to what court does it go?
So you can choose different venues for these things. As I said, in some cases it's been the state Supreme Courts. In some cases it's gone to federal circuit courts. It's gone to the U.S. Supreme Court for some of these states. And you can file in multiple different places as well. If you're unsuccessful in one place, you can venue shop and go somewhere else. And so a lot of times it'll start at the state level, but then it'll also get kicked into the federal courts with these kinds of issues. And if you think back to 2000, and we've got some watchers who don't remember 2000 very well, but at that point in time, Florida was using ballots that you used a little stylus to push holes through, and so you had these chads, these little pieces of paper, and there were challenges about, well, how far did that chad have to be pushed through? How much evidence did you need that that's what people intended to do? So we had hanging chads entered the lexicon in all of this. There was also what we call butterfly ballot in Florida at that time. And so it seemed a little bit confusing to some people. They didn't know for whom they were voting potentially. And Ralph Nader was involved in that election as well. So that's the election where some of the news services called it one way, and then they said, nope, wait, we have to retract that. And then they called it the other way, and they were maybe wrong about that. And this dragged out until eventually the Supreme Court ruled on this, largely along ideological lines, and said, you need to stop counting ballots in Florida, which handed the victory to George W. Bush. So it's that sort of thing that might happen. And again, there's room for this to happen up until about December 8th, when states have to declare who their electors are going to be.
Right. Well, I guess with 50 states, it has to be a complicated process here, but well, thank you for that information. As far as as we continue to talk about how or not really electors, but how voters make decisions, especially on those nonpartisan races, exit polls, Allison has said, have kind of come down to coronavirus versus the economy. Is that just like what your biggest concern is? How has coronavirus affected voters this year?
Well, we did some analysis of the coronavirus in the spring and in the fall, and a couple things. We asked individuals if you had a trade-off to basically contain the virus and not worry so much about the economy, or protect the economy at the expense of containing the virus. We found that pretty much broke down around partisan lines, right, Dr. Riley?
Yes, so we have a lot of results. We asked a number of the same questions in September that we had asked in April, so we could make some comparisons. We asked some new questions as well. In April, we asked about stay-at-home orders, whereas in September, it was more about face covering orders. So we can make some of those comparisons. But that one question was very interesting, I think. So again, we asked whether it was more important to prioritize dealing with the coronavirus, even if it hurts the economy, or more important to protect the economy, even if it hurt efforts to deal with the coronavirus. And Democrats, independents, and people with other partisan affiliations sided with doing something about the coronavirus, whereas Republicans said that the economy was more important. And we saw these kinds of political splits down the board. What's interesting is in April, before a lot of these issues became fully politicized, we didn't see this kind of polarization with views on stay-at-home orders. You saw majorities all the way down the line who were in favor of this. But you had a few more months for our bifurcated information system, right? We've got these two very different information streams in this country to do their work. And the president had politicized, and others had politicized the issue of face coverings. And so you saw that showing up later. But we see big splits between Democrats and Republicans in terms of how worried they are about the personal health impacts of catching the coronavirus. In terms of support for statewide orders for face coverings, again, majority support with Democrats, independents, and others, but Republicans, you had narrow majority support or opposition of those kinds of orders. We asked about vaccination. And this is really interesting, and it's important for public health officials. When we asked in April, 57% of people overall said, yes, I'll do it. By September, that was down to 41%. And that's when we compare apples to apples. This is among likely voters, likely and registered voters. So it's a more engaged and perhaps a little more political group than all adults. But we saw those numbers drop from 57 to 41% between April and September in terms of saying they would get vaccinated. What's interesting is that among Democrats, those yeses moved into the don't know category. And that fits with what we've seen nationally. Joe Biden has said, I trust doctors, I trust scientists, I trust vaccines, but I don't trust this administration. So raising some doubts about vaccines. And then governors from New York and California, Democratic governors saying we're going to test these vaccines ourselves because we don't trust the federal government completely. So that you saw. Republicans actually moved from the yes category to the no, I'm not going to do it category. And the anti-vaccine movement is stronger among Republicans than it is against Democrats. So we might attribute it to that. In terms of other questions we asked related to the coronavirus, we asked about how often people wore face masks or face coverings when they were indoors with people not from their family and they were interacting. And there you saw the same split as with support or opposition for face masks, with Republicans behaving differently than Democrats, independents, and those with other partisan kinds of affiliations. So it's very much a partisan, politicized issue at this point. We have information about where people get their information. And so we can kind of compare that to people's views on the coronavirus to track this politicization. So we have some very interesting research ahead of us.
Yeah, it seems to be a salient issue for sure. And who knows where we'll be. Anything else to add on coronavirus before we pivot back to what Allison has shared? Great.
Well, if we go back up to the national results, right, which is our data expert or analyst expert, Allison Reinhart is telling us about Georgia. Remember, I expressed skepticism about the New York Times needle, and really quickly and radically, that needle has shifted dramatically for Biden in Georgia. Why? Again, a lot of the vote in the urban areas around Atlanta didn't seem to be reporting, and now those votes seem to be dropping. So one of the things we have to be careful about, again, and think about the national context, is there are still the possibilities that a number of votes are out, and not only that, the votes that are in early might have advantaged one party to the other. And at least from the New York Times forecast here for Georgia, that might have been the case. So we're seeing right now that the forecast says now that Georgia, which was overwhelmingly, I think at some point it was like 80% for President Trump, is now at 60% Biden. So we still don't have a lot of clear pictures here in Georgia and Florida, even North Carolina. I think there's still a lot of votes out there to be counted when it comes to the national level. So this is definitely the slowest election I've been a part of in my years covering elections when it comes to the national scene.
4 hours is not enough for the live stream, huh?
No, we need to go another 5 or 6 hours, apparently.
Yeah, it sounds like Georgia and maybe even North Carolina won't report tonight, huh?
Which is not what we were expecting, right? We were expecting some good numbers, some good solid numbers out of both of those states, and we don't see that at all. The only thing, and in fact, we don't know in the Senate race either, North Carolina. Right now, It looks like Tom Tillis is sitting at a very narrow lead there with a 94% estimate of votes being reported there. So again, we're still just kind of waiting on votes to be counted. We're still behind.
And Florida is at 96% reporting, but is that one just still too close to call? Do they have mail ballots to consider?
I don't know. No one's called it, so there must be something people are waiting on that they don't really like or they don't really see. Maybe they don't believe the results in Dade County. I don't know. I will point out something about here in Montana that actually I think is a misreporting in the data right now. Muscle Shell County, super rural county. This is a county which is overwhelmingly Republican. The results are now saying 83% of the precincts are in. Steve Bullock is leading by 18 points. I don't believe it. I think the numbers are flipped. I think that should be 40% for Bullock and 59% for Daines. I think this case the Steves are mixed up on the results. Muscle Shoals County going blue would really, really shock me. Maybe it's possible.
That's Roundup. That's county seat Roundup, right?
You would know better than I. I don't know the county seats inside and out.
Yes, I Googled it. We're good.
I mean, look here. If you go back, we were kind of expecting Muscle Shoals County to look very differently here in terms of our results. I think if you go back to the 2016 election, Muscle Shoals County was 71% for Rosendale, 23% for Tester. Now,
and that's what Allison has in our chat as well for current ratings on Rosendale. Interesting. Well, as we tally up those and see if there's a mistake in the Steves over in Muscle Shoals County, we will take a quick break and be back to finish up the night.
Some people look surprised when I tell them I study engineering. But at Montana State University, I'm part of a community of dynamic women engineers who empower me to pursue my dreams. Here I've learned from women who have overcome barriers, pioneered new career paths, and led groundbreaking research. In our classrooms and labs, my professors and mentors give me the skills I need to succeed in the complex career I have chosen. After I graduate, our global network of successful alumni will continue to be there for me with advice and support. MSU teaches me to think outside expectations so I can shape the future of engineering for women and the world.
My mission as a professor in the Jake Jabs College of Business and Entrepreneurship at Montana State University is to train students how to take their passionate ideas from elevator pitch.
We want to build an app that completely eliminates scalping and fraud from the ticket buying experience.
Ascent Montana is gear for good. We are a lifestyle brand that gives back to our U.S. military.
To product, to people. We teach them to think outside the classroom and the traditional boardroom so they can innovate, inspire, and accomplish their ultimate goal: success.
You can find the heart of Montana in our small towns. I grew up in one. In Big Sky Country, we have more rural schools than any other state in the USA. When I went off to college, I chose Montana State University. I knew that's where I'd learn how to be a successful teacher for my children lucky enough to grow up here. MSU understands the small town traditions of independence, hard work, and determination that create quality education across Montana. In small towns, we all look out for one another. Here, I have everything I could want for my career: great kids, caring people, and Montana State University.
At Montana State University, we build real satellites for NASA. To most people, the MSU campus looks like this, but to me, it now looks like this. Our satellite has orbited the Earth over 5,000 times, advancing technology throughout the world. We work together, we shape the future.
We know we don't look
like most nurses you've met.
But when as a single mom, I needed to ensure a secure future for my son.
And I wanted to save lives. And we both wanted to serve our people.
We enrolled in the Montana State University College of Nursing's Caring for Our Own program.
At MSU, I received training that allows me to return to my Salish and Kootenai home.
And lets me work in the Northern Cheyenne Public Health Clinic.
We practice advanced healthcare techniques
to treat current and future generations.
At Montana State University, we learn to heal and strengthen our communities.
Alrighty, so as we were in our break, Montana was officially called for President Trump in the national level. So let's talk about that. Was that expected? What did our Treasure State poll say?
Well, our Treasure State poll said it was a single point race, and it looked like we had President Trump up by 7 points. And right now we have Donald Trump at 52, Joe Biden at 46. So that's pretty darn close. What's interesting is that 20-point race in 2016, markedly different this time around. Now, is it helping Democrats? Less clear. If you look at the board right now, in all the major statewide races, the Republican candidates are leading, albeit by very slim margins. The only difference is a very, 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 very tight race here of in OPI, really, with Melissa Romano, which is up by a handful of votes over the incumbent Elsie Arnson. But I want to make a point here about the Senate race and then try to kind of draw some conclusions of that for these other races here. Right now, we just got a couple more rural counties dropping into the hopper, and Steve Daines, for the first time this night, has taken a slim lead in the Senate race. Where are the votes still to be counted? Well, there's still a bunch of rural counties left, but big chunk of Republican votes in Flathead. So that's not in the margin here at all. We have nothing from Silverbow County, which is a Democratic stronghold. There should be a lot of votes there. We still have 9% of precincts out in Gallatin County. We still have 4% of precincts out in Missoula, and we still have 12% of precincts out in Lewis and Clark County. We don't have a single result from Cascade County, which is Great Falls. So, and in terms of Yellowstone County, we only have 57% of the precincts, and that results in tightening there. So who would you rather be? Well, the thing that's hard to figure out here is that these rural counties, these margins that where Democrats were doing better have considerably changed over. So we're seeing that rural-urban divide, I think, get stronger here in Montana. In terms of all the races, probably the one that's the best positioned is Steve Bullock out of all of them. The margins are just that much larger. Look over in the governor's race. It's about a 4-point race. Where did our poll have it at, Dr. Riley? 5, right? So that seems to be the case there. Look over at the House race. We had it 2 points for Rosendale. It looks like it's about a 3-point race right now, advantaging Rosendale. So our poll was pretty close. the key thing here is we had a 2-point lead for Bullock, and right now it's neck and neck. It's really just over a point for Daines. So really, that's the one that's going to be hard to call. If I were a Republican right now, I'd feel very good about all the races except for OPI and the U.S. Senate race. Those are the ones that are going to be possibly down to the wire in the wee hours of the morning, maybe even the next day.
Right. Especially with Billings counting votes tomorrow, because apparently they value sleep or something on election day. Well, on a national scale, what does the Senate look like tonight? I think the most recent New York Times count has them both at 45.
Yeah, so right now, the New York Times hasn't called the race in Arizona, but we've seen other people call it for Mark Kelly. So it looks like from what's out there, the Democrats have flipped 2 seats, the Republicans flipped 1 seat, but Maine, we're just not getting any action. We don't have any results coming in. That was the highly watched race between Republican incumbent Susan Collins and Gideon, who was challenging her. And Iowa, again, it's about a 5-6 point race there between incumbent Joni Ernst. But again, that's 86% of the votes still reported. And we don't, the Senate race in Georgia has tightened a little bit, but still it's about a 9-point lead for the incumbent David Perdue. But apparently there's a lot of votes still to be out there in urban parts of Georgia that are not been counted yet. So that's still going to be pretty competitive. And in fact, the New York Times swingometer has moved even further for Biden to 66%. And again, there's been virtually no movement on that race in North Carolina, either the presidential race or in the Senate race. So right now it's a whole lot of not a lot going on. We're just kind of hanging out here and waiting.
Yes, it's as my very farmer dad would say, hurry up and wait. So there's lots of things going on here tonight with this big map, and some of those things not calling. Polls have closed in Hawaii. But is this kind of what we were expecting from polling? I was just asked if any of this was surprising, and are you surprised by any of the results so far from our polling data or nationwide polling data?
I don't think any of the polling results have been off by that much.
Well, it's interesting.
I think she's frozen again. I'm not sure if she can hear us, but go ahead, Dr. Riley. We'll go back to you, Dr. Gunther.
Sarah, are you able to go?
Yeah, well, I was just going to say that there are a number of ways that polls can be wrong, although they might seemingly not be too far off yet. But I will just go through a few of the ways that polls can be noisy. So first, polls are typically taken of a sample of a population, right? So depending on the size of the sample you get, the number of people respond to your poll, there's going to be a margin of error associated with the results that you get, right? So every time you see a poll that's plus or minus, let's say 3%, it's an indication that with as many people as you've interviewed for the poll, there's some amount of statistical noise in how precise the estimates are that you're getting. So that's what the margin of error kind of indicates. But then there's another way that polls can be wrong, and that's that every time you conduct a poll, you make some assumptions about what the electorate's going to look like. And we talked about this a little bit, I think, at the start of our live stream. That's where the weights that you calculate and add to your polling results really come into play. You try to tabulate what the population margins are and match your sample margins to the population margins to try to account for the fact that basically you're not going to get everybody to respond to your poll that you ask to respond to your poll, right? So certain people might be predisposed to take surveys and others might not, right? So think of how many times you get called to take a survey, maybe especially during election time, and you're kind of like, some people might roll their eyes and not want to answer, and other people might be super engaged and want to answer every question. And those people just differ, right? So that means that the answers that the survey firms are going to get, will be based on different populations. So to account for that difference, we add weights, and the weights really just are only as good as our prediction of who's actually going to turn out, who the likely voters will be. So that's another way that noise can be added, because sometimes we're just not good at predicting who's going to turn out. And especially this year, as we mentioned, right? Because turnout's been so high. So it's just a unique year. And lastly, polls don't really take into account institutional rules. And this is something that I've been thinking about just a little bit. What I mean by that is, you can call likely voters and ask them how they plan to vote, but then, some of them might not end up voting for various reasons. Maybe there are some of these barriers to voting that I talked about earlier. Election day is on a holiday, long lines. Sometimes the weather can affect whether people make it to the polls or not. So just because you say that you're going to vote a certain way, you might not necessarily make it to the polls. And that's another way that polls can sometimes be misleading.
Yeah. Dr. Riley, did you have anything else to add?
That was a pretty thorough explanation, but I can add a couple of smaller things, I think. As I had started off saying, the polls don't have to be off by much, and we'd get really big swings in the Electoral College. And that's what happened in 2016 and could very well happen here again. And it would have been hours ago at this point, but I think David mentioned this idea of shy Trump voters who are intending to vote for Trump but aren't vocal about it. And so they don't, when they get polled, they don't say that they're going to vote for Trump, but they end up voting for him anyway. There's been a lot of research on this sort of thing. There's those particularly conservatives who think that there's even more shy Trump voters this time around than there were in 2016. And so we could see a big bump for him based on that. And that may be what we're seeing here in some of these states. So I think Georgia is interesting. David was just talking about Georgia. So they haven't called it yet. The New York Times says it's trending Democratic. There's a lot of votes to come in Atlanta, for example. I will mention that was one of those places where there were mail slowdowns. All of the ballots have to be received today in Georgia, except for overseas mailed ballots. I'm not sure what happens if those mail ballots were not all processed and caught in Postal Service sweeps today. That's probably another area for litigation if it comes down to it.
Lots of options there. As we come back to what our data analyst has to say, we've got over 50% in quite a few of those remaining states, with Minnesota too close to call, but Biden is leading, and Trump has won Iowa. Dr. Parker, do you have anything to add about these results?
So again, what we're seeing here, President Trump seems to be recreating his electoral magic from 2016, right? And we're seeing again, his path is getting easier. The path for Joe Biden is getting more and more difficult. Really right now, in terms of the states that are up for grabs for Biden, it looks like Arizona's been called by Fox News. We have this possible Georgia possibility. We don't know anything about Nevada. And basically, I'll tell you this, if Nevada's lost by Joe Biden, the pathway becomes exceedingly narrow. But really, ultimately, where we're sitting right now, it's coming down to those upper Midwest states again, 71% to Wisconsin, which is 71% of the vote in. We have a slim lead for Donald Trump. Michigan, where Trump is in the lead, but again, we only have 54% in Pennsylvania. And the issue in Pennsylvania is we have those mail ballots that still need to be coming out. And that's a case where early in the night, Trump seemed to maybe do better, but that lead's going to narrow as more of those mail ballots come in. So it looks like we still don't know. But the thing I want to come back to that I think is emblematic potentially of the country right now is this rural-urban divide. If anything, we're seeing this rural-urban divide has gotten sharper, clearer, and we're seeing that very clearly here in Montana. Right now, the Senate race shows 51% for Steve Daines, 40% 9% for Steve Bullock. Why? Those rural counties, again, are coming in. They're reporting heavily for Republicans in numbers that we haven't quite seen in the last 2016 cycle or 2018 cycle. The hope for Democrats, frankly, again, is where those votes are out in Cascade County, Yellowstone County, those urban areas. But the path is becoming harder and harder for Steve Bullock to beat Steve Daines. Greg Gianforte is a little bit behind Steve Daines, but Mike Cooney is much further behind Steve Bullock. So where I sit right now, it looks like we might have the potential for a Republican sweep of statewide offices. Even OPI, Elsie Arntzen has come into the lead there. But really probably the best chance for Democrats, again, is Steve Bullock beating Steve Daines, but the path is becoming narrower as the night goes on.
Well, and we're getting right to it. And what does the House, before we get to a break, can you give us an update on the House race? I'm not sure where we're at.
Yeah, so the House race right now, 52% for Matt Rosendale, the Republican, Kathleen Williams at 48%. So with 47% of the precincts reporting in the House race. So again, tight, but that margin is much larger. Really the closest race right now is for the Senate and OPI. Those are the two races that can go back and forth. Other than that, the margins are pretty clear. I mean, the state auditor's race, for example, Troy Downing is winning by almost 7 points, and the Secretary of State, we're talking about 11 points for the Republican there in that race. Attorney General, where a lot of money was spent, and some people on the ground thought that the Democratic candidate would have a chance. Right now, at the end of the day, we have a 12-point lead for Knudsen. And our data analyst, Allison, saying that NBC is calling Florida for President Trump.
With Trump at 51% of the vote and Biden at 47%.
The New York Times has just called Iowa for Joni Ernst, the Republican. So that's another one of those Senate seats.
Yep. So again, right, the Senate seat going in line with the overall result here in the state. It's here in Montana, we're seeing the possibility that it might not go that way. But again, it's going to be very tight.
Yes, so we're seeing these results roll in, and we will keep an eye on that as we go through this break, but we will see you very soon.
We know we don't look
like most nurses you've met.
But when, as a single mom, I needed to ensure a secure future for my son.
And I wanted to save lives. And we both wanted to serve our people.
We enrolled in the Montana State University College of Nursing's Caring for Our Own program.
At MSU, I received training that allows me to return to my Salish and Kootenai home.
And lets me work in the Northern Cheyenne Public Health Clinic.
We practice advanced healthcare techniques
to treat current and future generations.
At Montana State University, we learn to heal and strengthen our communities.
My mission as a professor in the Jake Jabs College of Business and Entrepreneurship at Montana State University is to train students how to take their passionate ideas from elevator pitch.
We want to build an app that completely eliminates scalping and fraud from the ticket buying experience.
Ascent Montana is geared for good. We are a lifestyle brand that gives back to our U.S. military.
To product, to people. We teach them to think outside the classroom and the traditional boardroom so they can innovate, inspire, and accomplish their ultimate goal: success.
Some people look surprised when I tell them I study engineering. But at Montana State University, I'm part of a community of dynamic women engineers who empower me to pursue my dreams. Here I've learned from women who have overcome barriers, pioneered new career paths, and led groundbreaking research. In our classrooms and labs, my professors and mentors give me the skills I need to succeed in the complex career I have chosen. After I graduate, our global network of successful alumni will continue to be there for me with advice and support. MSU teaches me to think outside expectations so I can shape the future of engineering for women and the world.
You can find the heart of Montana in our small towns. I grew up in one. In Big Sky Country, we have more rural schools than any other state in the USA. When I went off to college, I chose Montana State University. I knew that's where I'd learn how to be a successful teacher for my children lucky enough to grow up here. MSU understands the small-town traditions of independence, hard work, and determination that create quality education across Montana. In small towns, we all look out for one another. Here, I have everything I could want for my career: great kids, caring people, and Montana State University.
So I mentioned that we would be taking a look at these results even through our breaks, and as we were on break, the New York Times has called the Montana gubernatorial election for Greg Gianforte. Let's take a look at that. Does that match what our polling data has?
Yeah, so what we have in the Treasure State poll, we had Greg Gianforte for a 5-point lead, and right now the poll basically shows that Greg Gianforte wins by about 5 points. Going into the evening, the one race I felt the most confident about was basically Greg Gianforte winning the governor's race. Why? Because we had that big lead. Problem with Mike Cooney is he's been in office for quite some time as a public servant. People did not have firm impressions of him. He started the campaign really late in terms of spending money. He didn't have a lot. He didn't put ads up until May. So the problem was, after he won the nomination, he hadn't been defined by himself. The Republicans defined him quickly. So I would expect the first impression people had about Mike Cooney was a negative one. So even though people don't particularly love Greg Gianforte, at the same time, he is also the change candidate, right? He's 16 years of Democratic control of Helena. If you want change, you turn to Greg Gianforte. Now, what's interesting from a pandemic perspective is Greg Gianforte has not masked. He doesn't seem to be particularly concerned about the pandemic from the perspective of a public health issue. He is concerned about the economy, and he's been stressing personal responsibility for masks, but he has not been leading on this subject. So certainly, I think we're going to get a really different look at a pandemic response from a Greg Gianforte administration than we have from a Bullock administration. So that's worth taking note moving forward. But at the end of the day, Mike Cooney just didn't have enough gas in the tank to be able to pull that off. And Greg Gianforte has been well-defined by very expensive campaigns that he's run since 2016. He spent a lot of money running for office, and he's going to be our next governor.
And we talked about name recognition a little bit earlier, and we talked about the incumbency advantage. And this might strike some people as disappointing, but a big part of the incumbency advantage is name recognition. Mm-hmm. So you can predict a fair bit just out of how recognizable somebody's name is, how often it's appeared in the news. And Gianforte definitely had an advantage over Cooney along those lines. David had also talked about policy change, and there are some things the governor can do on his own. Other things will require the legislature, but if you want to look at pandemic response, I think you probably look to our neighboring states, the Dakotas, Wyoming, Idaho, and you're probably looking at policies that mirror those much more than what we have had to this point.
One thing that's interesting in the results that we have here in Montana to this point is we've talked throughout the evening about these pivot counties, right? These counties that voted for Obama, but then voted for Trump. What's going to happen here? And it looks like in a lot of these states, these pivot counties have been going for President Trump. We have not had any of the 3 pivot counties reported until just now here in Montana. The pivot counties are Hill, which is where Havre is. We got our very first taste of the results, which is basically with 6% of the precincts in, Steve Bullock leading by 15 points. Now, by the way, this is a county that Democrats typically win when they win statewide. So there's a little sign there for Steve Bullock that maybe he's going to get some juice out of Hill County. Roosevelt County, which is where we have Fort Peck Reservation, that's another pivot county. We've had no results and still have no results at all from that area. Another pivot county is Blaine County. We have no results from Blaine County. We also still have no results from the Crow Reservation in Bighorn County in the southern part of the state. So the Native American vote is also really, really important for Democrats to do well. And we don't have many places where it's in. We have nothing from Glacier County, another place where Democrats do well. Lake County, we do have a Native American reservation for the Salish Kootenai there. Guess what? That actually, surprisingly, is a county that right now, 95% Steve Daines is leading by 8 points. The results are basically tight. It's now less than a point for that Senate race. But other than that, Republicans are basically doing well in every other statewide race, other than OPI, where, again, that race is only about 1 percentage point apart, like the Senate race.
So we're looking at a lot of things, especially here in Montana as we're ending the night. But we're only on this call for another 10 minutes, and we've covered a lot of ground tonight, from discussing coronavirus impacts to national elections. So is there any updates on the national scale that we should take a look at? And what should we be looking for going through the night if we have the capacity to keep looking at election results? Or even up till through tomorrow morning, what should we keep an eye on?
I think a couple of things that are popping up here on Twitter is that folks are saying they're going to pull an all-nighter for Nevada. I don't know if Nevada is returning anything yet. And then also Florida hasn't been called yet. So that's kind of puzzling.
Has it been called by Florida, or because I think
NBC called Florida.
As did the New York Times.
NBC did call Florida.
Yeah.
Okay, never mind. I retract.
Yeah. So not a lot of results in for Nevada. Arizona's been called by some, but not others. Alaska, we've got a pretty good sense of where things are going to go. Hawaii got called right away for Biden. So you've got Texas still on the map, though I think we know which way that's going to go. And it's really coming down to those upper Midwest states. So Minnesota, Wisconsin, Michigan, where we've got anywhere, and Pennsylvania, anywhere from 56 to 78% of the votes tallied. But in a state like Michigan, I suspect most of those are coming from the more conservative areas, the more rural areas of the state, the numbers that have been tallied already. And then in the South, we've still got Georgia and North Carolina outstanding for a variety of reasons. We've been talking about that Senate race in North Carolina, and Tom Tillis, the Republican incumbent, has almost a 2 percentage point lead there with 94% of the vote reported, but there must be a substantial Democratic vote that they're awaiting in North Carolina, because I haven't seen anybody call that one yet.
Well, there's a couple other things we got to look at. First of all, Nebraska, the statewide vote's been called, but we still don't have the votes for the congressional districts for the 1st and 2nd congressional districts in Nebraska. Remember, Nebraska is one of those states where they split up the electoral college vote by congressional districts. So it looks like they called the 3rd and the whole state, but we still have 2 electoral college votes out of Nebraska. Maine we're going to put in a special category. First of all, it's special not only because they have those the electoral college votes that they split up by congressional district. Maine started for federal races in 2018 to do something called instant runoff voting. So basically the principle of instant runoff voting is you rank your candidates. If no candidate gets 50% of the vote or more, then what happens is all the ballots in the state get shipped to Augusta, the state capital in Maine, And then they run through the instant vote runoff voting program, which is they take then the second choice votes and they reapportion them. The candidate that gets the lowest amount, they get dropped out and they reapportion the next choice votes, and up to the point where one of the candidates gets the majority. And that's a case where that could create an advantage for Democrats, both in the congressional district races and in the Senate race, and potentially even the presidential race. So Maine is something that we've heard very little from, other than Joe Biden's got a slim lead there. But other than that, I think we're going to be waiting a little bit of time for Maine as well. So there's still a lot of opportunities for either one of these candidates to pull this off. But if you want to go back to 30,000 feet for a moment, going into this, the national polling was showing a commanding lead for Joe Biden. And a lot of the state polls were also showing commanding leads in various states that are important. And what seems to be the case here is this election is coming out to be a lot tighter, I think, than the polling indicated. So the question is, were the polls wrong again? Or are we just basically sitting here and we don't really know because the votes that are in a lot of these places are illusion? It's an illusion, right? Because we have either too many of the election day votes, we don't have the mail votes, and we also have a lot of votes that are still going to be coming in the mail in a lot of these states. So there's a lot of I don't know as to where we are at the 30,000 foot look.
Yeah. Coming back to, so it seems like a lot of the things left, I think it's a really interesting year with those mail-in voting. And even as I look at it, with Georgia being too close to call still, but also only at 82% reporting, and the New York Times saying that it could take a couple of days for all mail-in ballots to be scanned and counted. And it seems like that might be a trend. So we might just have to hurry up and wait. But we, coming back to Montana, Allison has inputted some further data on these Montana info. So New York Times data has Bullock at 50.4% of the vote and Daines at 49.6%. So that could bode well for Democrats in the region. But as Dr. Parker mentioned, that could be one of the closer or one of the Democratic races with a win in this state. And then Trump has won the Montana vote by 51.7% so far. So that's where we're at as we close out the night, with seemingly a lot of questions unanswered.
But I want to thank first of all of you joining me tonight for this first ever MSU broadcast on election night. I think this was fun. It was illuminating. I know we're a little bit tired, but I'm not going to sleep when I get home. Second of all, I want to again thank all our donors to the Treasure State poll. Please, we need help to support this poll in the future. So all this analysis that we've done tonight, and by the way, it looks like our poll did a pretty good job predicting what's happening here in Montana, yet again, despite some naysayers, but we can't afford to do it if we don't get donations from people like you. So please click the link, donate to the Treasure State poll. I want to thank our donors. I want to thank Julianne Bai for your trust in us and your belief in us and for helping jumpstart the poll. And also don't forget, we'll have a chance to give in February for Giving Day for the poll as well. But we can't give you the knowledge that we know about Montana without this poll that we do. So thank you, all of you, for making this happen, as well as my colleagues here who have just done an incredible job here in the political science department. So thank you.
And I would like to further extend that to the Montana PBS studios, especially Mike Suarez, for helping us on the technical side. And then another shout out to Allison for all of her help in the background.
Yes, thank you.
And I will echo thanks to everybody who's watched us tonight, especially if they're still with us at this point and have been for 4 hours. We very much appreciate it, and we hope that you've enjoyed it.
Yeah, thank you, everyone. I'm just so proud to be part of this team. And I know I was ragging on polls earlier, but the honest truth is that, because we know so much about where polls are vulnerable and where they can go wrong. That really allows us to do a good job with our Treasure State poll. And I think the proof is in the pudding. We've predicted really close margins to the results, both in 2018 and 2020. So we're doing something right.
Indeed. And I am thankful for the education and opportunities I'm receiving here in the political science department. I'm grateful for the support of administration and the land grant mission as well. Thank you so much for joining us all this evening, and be sure to reach out if you have any further questions that we could maybe answer for you as we finish up these weeks, and keep your eye out on those election results and keep asking questions. Thank you so much.